taking class test. I'm taking class test like this, right? So now public static void main method string array args. Public static void main method string array args. Okay. Now here legend this one. Sir, I hope everyone can able to understand what the meaning of overriding, right? Sir, now my target is, sir, parent p is equal to new parent. Can you please tell reference is what type? Parent type. And the new parent p dot marry method I'm taking. What I'm taking, sir? Can you please spell out? P dot marry method I'm taking. Sir, which reference I'm using? Parent reference, parent object, p dot marry. Sir, there is no ambiguity. Always parent method will get the chance. Sir, which method will get the chance? Parent method will get the chance, sir. Parent method, because you never talk about child reference or child object. Everything is the parent. Parent method will get the chance. Sir, C is equal to new C. I'm creating child class object. C dot marry method I'm taking, sir. C dot marry method. Sir, child reference, child object, child already contain marry method. That's why child method will get the chance. Child method will get the chance. Sir, there is no speciality up to this. Now the next point you people should aware. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Sir, P1 dot marry method I'm calling, sir. Can you please confirm which marry method will come? Because have you observed marry method is available in the child class, marry method is available in the parent class. Overriding happens, sir. Can you please tell if parent P1 is equal to new child, P1 dot marry, which method will get the chance? Sir, we are using which word? Overriding concept. Which method will get the chance? Now take very special care in this. What is the role of compiler? What is the role of JVM? Sir, you are calling marry method on P1. Observe very carefully. We are calling marry method on P1. P1 is what type? P type. P1 is what type? P type. P type. Now, in the parent class, marry method is available or not. Compiler is always going to check. Can you please observe? In the parent class, marry method is available or not? Yes, available, no problem at all. So, up to this compiler's role. Let me repeat again. Sir, I am calling marry method on the P1. P1 is what type? Parent type. Now, in the parent class, marry method is available or not. If it is available, compiler give the green signal. If it is not available, immediately compile method we are going to get. Sorry, you can't call a marry method on P type of reference like this, right? But it is available, no problem. Yet runtime. JVM is always going to check which is the runtime object. Runtime object is what? Child class object. Regarding runtime is child class object. Yet the runtime, JVM will check in this child class is the marry method is overriding or not. In the child class, if the marry method is overriding, yet runtime, JVM is always going to give the chance for child class overriding method only. That's why which method will get the chances, sir? Child method will get the chance. Observe very carefully, sir. Child method will get the chance. So means that in overriding method resolution always takes care by JVM. Who is the responsible? Sir? Method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. So here which runtime object I am using? Child. That's why child method. Here which runtime object I am using? Child. That's why child method. Which runtime object I am using? Parent. That's why parent method we are going to get in the chance. So please make sure you people should inject this point very strongly in your mind. In overriding method resolution always takes care by JVM based on runtime object, not based on reference type. Remember, that's why overriding also known as runtime polymorphism. Are you getting? Overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism. Runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism, runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Are you getting? Or late binding. That's all. Please make sure you people should be aware. So overriding is also considered as runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, let me execute this code, sir. Observe carefully. Have a look once. Observe a bit carefully, sir. Class P, parent class contain. Sir, public void property method is there, sir. Gold, land, cash, something like. Public void marry. Sir, here marry with the marriage with so what we call Appalamma, Subbalakshmi, something like I'm taking, right. Sir, class C extends P. Sir, now child class not satisfied with marry implementation. That's why child is trying to override this method. So this concept itself is nothing but overriding. Please make sure you people should aware very clearly, right? Okay, overriding. Now inside test class, sir, P is equal to new P, sir. P is equal to new P dot marry. Sir, here runtime object is always parent object. Obviously, parent method will get the chance. Parent method marry method means Appalakshmi, Appalamma, Subbalakshmi, something like this. It is there, sir. Okay, here parent method, like I'm making some small change. This method is child method. Like this I'm taking, sir. Now observe this. So which method will get the chance? Parent method will get the chance. Now have a look once. The code compiles fine. Sir, what is the output? By default we are going to get parent method. We are getting the chance. Are you getting that? Which method? Parent method will get the chance. Sir, now child C is equal to new child I'm taking. Child C is equal to new child C dot marry I'm taking, sir. Are you getting? Now child reference, child object. So runtime object is always what type? Child object. That's why obviously child class method will get the chance. Remember, now let me execute second output. Can you please observe that? Child method we are getting. Are you getting child method? Katerna. Like that we are getting, sir. Sir, last one, very dangerous point. Parent P1 is equal to new child. Are you getting? Parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot marry. Are you getting? Parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot marry. Sir, this line is the very important. Take special care, sir. Sir, we are calling marry method on P1. P1 is what type? Parent type. Compiler is always going to check in the parent class marry method is there or not. In the parent class, if marry method is not there, compile method, right? But anyway, parent class contain marry method. Happily code compiles fine. Yet runtime, JVM is always going to check in the child class is this method is overridden or not. In the child class, if this method is overridden, yet runtime, based on runtime object, child class method is always going to get in the chance. Remember, in this case, which method will get the chance? Parent class contain marry, but child class also contain marry. Based on runtime object, child class method is always going to get in the chance, right? Now observe that. Let me execute this code, sir. What is the output? By default we are going to get. Happily the code compiles fine. What the last answers are? Child method like this, right? Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? In overriding, method resolution is always based on runtime object. Sir, who is the responsible to take care? JVM. Overriding method resolution is always taken care by JVM based on runtime object. Hence, overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Clear for all, right? Any doubt, friends?
As only just a data science. Now we are going to call it as a full stack data science course.
Sir, in the last videos we covered what is overloading, what are various important rules, what is overriding, basic idea about overriding, next method resolution in overriding, everything we covered, right? Sir, now overriding is not the easy process. Remember this one, there are several rules associated with overriding. But if it's the overloading, very simple process, right? In overloading, we have to check only method names, argument types. Method names must be same, argument types must be different. Remember, that is the rule of overloading. But in overriding, we require to check several things like modifiers, return type, throws keyword, like there are several conditions we have to check in overriding. That's why overriding is not that much easy process. We have to take each and every loophole internally. Clear, right? So now, what rules are there for method of overriding? Okay, first rules. Okay, here I'm taking here just class P. Observe very carefully, sir. Class P. I have public void m1 of int I is there, sir. This is the method what we have, class P, public void m1 of int I. Sir, now I'm taking class C extends P. Are you getting? Class C extends P, public void m1 of int I. Like this I'm taking. Can you please tell, is it valid overriding or not? Yes, friends? Is it valid overriding or not? Yes. Yes. Here, first rule, what we have to check, what we require to take care. So, in overriding, method names must be same. Method names must be same. And argument types must be same. Are you getting? Including order also. Including order also. Method name must be same. Argument types must be same. Are you getting? So that is method name followed by argument type is nothing but what? Method signature. Correct or not? Method signature. So in overriding, method signatures must be same. Method signatures must be matched. So method names and argument types are same means method signatures must be matched. This is the rule number 1. Remember, right? Sir, what is the second rule? The second rule is what about return type? Are you getting what about return type? Return type. Can you please confirm return types must be same or may be different? Yes, friends. Return types must be compulsory same in overriding or can be different. Can you please confirm? Yes, friends. So return types must be same in overriding, but this rule is applicable until 1.4 version. Are you getting? But this rule is applicable until 1.4 version. From 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed. Are you getting? From 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed. Then immediately you may ask, sir, what is the meaning of covariant return type? Very simple, sir. Just let me go for a small example. Then you people can able to understand very easily, right? Here I have class P. Parent class is there. Assume parent class method return type is object, sir. Assume that the return type of parent class is object, public object M1. So it is expecting some return value, return null, acceptable, syntactically valid, because it has to return some object, return null, acceptable, right? Now I want to override this method in the child class. Class C extends P I'm taking. Now I want to override, sir. Here public object M1, sir, return null, like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, here have you observed the return type, here object and here object, no problem at all. If the same return types are there, no issue at all, right? But from 1.5 version onwards, we have more flexibility. Covariant return types also allowed. What is the meaning of covariant return type? Means the child method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. Can you please tell for object what is the child? String or string buffer or anything. So it's a child types also allowed. So means that need not be object. Happily you can take string also. Happily you can take string buffer also, integer also, like any child class of this object is allowed, no problem at all. Such type of return types are called covariant return types, right? But please make sure this concept is applicable only from which version? 1.5 version onwards. Okay, so child class method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. This is nothing but what? Covariant return type concept. Now I have one small doubt, sir. Can you please tell, if I compile this code, if I compile this code, is it valid or invalid? Ayo, is it valid or invalid? In 1.4 version, invalid. Because in the 1.4 version, return types must be same. But in 1.5 version, from 1.5 version onwards, perfectly it is allowed. Because from 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed. Everyone can able to understand, right? Observe very carefully about this type of terminology, right? Okay, let me go for this one, sir. Observe carefully. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Here I'm taking just the same example, whatever there, sir. Here class P, just observe that class P, public object M1 method, public object M1 I'm taking, just return null I'm taking, sir. Public object M1 return null like this I'm taking, sir. Here same class C extends P. Are you getting? Class C extends P, public object M1. Sir, whether you are using 1.4 version, 1.5 version, in all versions, this one is perfectly valid because I'm maintaining same return type. That's why perfectly valid, sir. Now let me compile this code. Here just observe. Let me go to my working directory, right? Yes, here just observe that Java C p.java, perfectly valid. We never going to face any problem, sir. Now instead of object, here I'm taking string, sir. Here I'm taking string. Can you please confirm in 1.8 version, because I'm using which version of compiler, sir? Java C version. Observe that which version of compiler I'm using? 1.8 version, sir. Okay, in 1.8 version, is it allowed or not? Yes, perfectly allowed, no problem at all. Now let me compile this code. Yes, it is valid, sir. Now I'm asking Java C source 1.4 p.java. Bas, can you please compile this code according to 1.4 version? According to 1.4 version, we can compile a Java program according to a particular version by using source option. Remember this one. So can you please compile this p.java according to 1.4 version? Now I'm asking in 1.4 version, can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Is it valid or invalid? Invalid, because in 1.4 version return types must be same. So covariant return types concept applicable from which version? 1.5 version. To give left and right, observe that carefully, sir. Here have a look once. Sir, here one error. So M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Return type string is not compatible with the object. Like this it's asking, sir. But the same question I'm asking in the 1.5 version. I'm asking in 1.5. Can you please compile according to 1.5 version? Yes, perfectly valid. Here just we are getting warnings, man, but not error. But earlier we got error. Observe the difference, right? Itself is valid. So this is the small rule what you people should aware about sir overriding a return types concept. So is it clear for all of you, right? Until 1.4 version return types must be same in overriding. From 1.5 version onwards covariant return types are allowed. Okay, sir, which is called covariant return type? Child method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. This concept is called covariant return types concept. Clear for you, right? Sir, now if you feel comfortable, just I will give more elaboration on this covariant return types concept. Okay, sir, now just observe parent method return type, child method return type. Sir, if the parent method return type is object, sir, can you please tell which types are allowed for child method return type? Yes, either object is allowed, or its child classes are allowed. Like string concept is allowed, string buffer concept is allowed, string buffer is allowed, dot. Remember that. So if the parent method return type is object, now the child method return type is either object is allowed or its child types are allowed. Okay, similarly, if the parent method return type is a number, then for the child which types are allowed, sir? For the child which types are allowed? Number is allowed, integer is allowed, number is allowed, integer is allowed, float is allowed, dot. Number are its child classes. Do you know? For number, what are various child classes are there? Wrapper classes, right? Byte, next and after that short, integer, long, float, double. Are you getting float, double? Like these things are various child classes of number. That's why either number is allowed or its child classes are allowed. Okay, these are wrapper classes, right? Okay, like next, similarly, here observe, I'm taking in the parent method return type is a string, sir, string. But child method return type I'm taking as object. Are you getting? Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Respond. Is it valid or not? So, what is our rule? Child method return type need not be same as parent method return type. It's a child types also allowed. But here you are taking child method return type is the parent of parent method return type. For this string, I'm taking object as the parent. Sorry, this one is not acceptable. Okay, so it should be either same or it's a child, but not its parent. Here I'm taking its parent. Immediately compiler will give left and right. Remember this one. Just I have a look once, sir. Here I'm reversing the content. Here just I'm taking, here string I'm taking, sir, but here object I'm taking. So in the parent string, but in the child I'm taking object. So child method return type I'm taking parent of parent method return type, which is not covariant return type. That's why immediately compile error we are going to get. Observe that, sir. Here I'm trying to compile according to our original version, 1.8 version only. Immediately compile time error we are going to get. Have you observed, right? M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Return type object is not compatible with the string. Return type object is not compatible with the string. Like this compile time error we are going to get. Clear, right? So next, so this one is not a covariant return type, right? Now I'm taking, here observe carefully, sir, double. I'm taking int, sir, double int. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not?
I'll tell you.
Double int, is it valid or not? Okay, please make sure. If you are trying to take like this, compiler will give left and right, because covariant return type concept applicable only for object types but not for primitives. Regarding it's applicable only for object types but not for primitives. So that's why this one is invalid. Compile time error we are going to get. In the case of primitive, whatever return type of the parent, compulsory child method return type must be same if a primitive return type. But in the case of object types, covariant return types are allowed. Is it clear, right? Sir, let me cross check here. Observe that carefully, sir. Here I'm taking double, sir. Double. If I'm taking double, so okay, sir, return some double value. Here I'm taking int, sir, return some int value, like this, right? Now, have a look once. Immediately you are going to get M1 in C cannot override M1. Return type int is not compatible with the double. So, covariant return type concept not applicable for primitives. It is applicable only for object types. Clear for all of you, right? This is the story about return type of overriding. Okay, well.
Sorry guys.
Sir, the part of overriding rules, in the last video we covered 2 points. So method names must be same, arguments must be same, which is nothing but method signatures must be matched. Next, what about return types? Sir, until 1.4 version return types must be same, but from 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types are allowed. Up to that, clear. Sir, now what is the next thing? What about private? What about final? Modifiers are related rules I have to discuss. Sir, here observe a bit carefully, sir. I'm taking class P, sir. Class P. Now, sir, private void M1. Are you getting private void M1 like this? I'm taking, sir. Sir, it's a private method. Can you please tell, is the private method, is it visible to the child classes? Can you please confirm? Is the private method, is it visible to the child classes? No, not visible, because private means within the class only. Once this private method not visible to the child classes, then where is the question of overriding? Sir, if it is visible and the child is not satisfied with, implementation, then the child is allowed to override. But first parent class private method not visible to the child, then where is the chance of overriding? Are you in the position to understand that? That's why overriding concept not applicable for private methods. Sir, for the private methods, because these are not visible to the child, overriding is not applicable for private methods concept, right? Now my question is, sir, I want to take same private method in the child class. Is it valid or not? I'm trying to override. Is it valid or not?
They started studying.
Your respond, man. Is it valid or invalid? Remember this one. If I'm trying to override like this, 100% pakka it is valid, but it is not overriding, because it is the private method of parent class, it is the private method of child class. There is no relationship between this method and this method. Both are independent. It's a personal, internal methods, right? Okay, like then immediately you may ask the question, sir, if it is the case, parent P is equal to new child I'm taking P dot M1. Then which method will come, sir? Can you please tell? Which method is going to come? Parent P is equal to new child P dot M1. Which method will come? If you are calling like this, compiler will give left and right, because private methods outside of the class, how you can call? Are you getting? Outside of the class, you can't call this private method, immediately comparative method we are going to get. So the rule is very clear. Remember, private methods not visible to the child classes. Hence, overriding concept is not applicable for private methods. But based on our requirement, we can define the same private method in the child class also. It is valid, but it is not overriding. Clear, right? It's clear about private modifier. So next, there is one more dangerous modifier is there related to overriding, final. Are you getting what is that modifier, sir? Final modifier, right? Sir, here I'm taking class P. Parent class method I declared as final, public final void M1. Public final void M1. Okay, like sir, now class C extends P. Class C extends P I'm taking.
data.
Can you please confirm? Here just I'm taking final. Just I'm taking final, sir. Public, final, void, M1, curly brace, open and close. Sir, if the parent class method declared as final, bas, it is the final implementation. No one is allowed to override. Are you getting? If the parent class method declared the final, overriding concept not possible for that final method. Okay? By mistake, if I'm trying to perform overriding public void M1, by mistake, if I'm trying to override, immediately comparative error we are going to get. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P because overridden method is final. Remember this one, overridden method is final. That's why it is not possible. So final, is it, can you please tell, overriding concept, is it applicable for final methods or not? Not possible. If you are trying to perform overriding, what will happen? Immediately comparative error by default we are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now just observe that, sir. Here, have a look once, sir. Parent class method is the final void M1. I am taking, sir. Class C extends P, sir, public void M1 like this. So parent class method is the final. Parent class method is the final, but child class method is not final, sir. Child class method is not final. Of course, here final method overriding not possible, sir. Observe that. Observe that. What is the comparative error we are getting? M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. What is the reason for that? Overridden method is final. So if the parent class method declared as final, then overriding concept is not applicable. Sir, suppose if I can take child class method is also final. Child class method is also final. If I can take child class method is also final, can you please tell what will happen? If I take child class method is also final, what will happen? In this case, sir, still comparative error. Once it is the final, yes, whether you are taking final or non-final, immediately comparative error we are going to get, because final methods we can't override. Clear for all of you, right?
Let's talk about an example.
Let me summarize modifier related things, sir, regarding this overriding, sir. Observe carefully. Sir, if the parent class method is a final, I want to override child class method. Yes, either non-final or final. Are you getting? Either non-final or final, immediately comparative error we are going to get, because overriding concept not applicable for final methods, because parent already declared this implementation is the final. No one is allowed to change. That's why, right? Sir, now I have one small doubt. If the parent class method is a non-final, sir, it's a not final, sir. It's a not final. Now I want to override yes final. Is it possible or not? Yes, non-final to final, perfectly acceptable. But next level child, you can't override. Are you getting? Up to this, okay, well, next level child, you can't override, right? Okay, non-final to final, acceptable, but final to either non-final or final is not acceptable. Observe carefully, right? Here, observe, sir, public, final, void, public, here non-final. Parent class method is the non-final, but child class method is the final. Observe that non-final to final. Parent class method is the non-final, but child class method is final, sir. Non-final to final. Is it acceptable or not? Yes, why not? Observe carefully. Here, have a look once, sir. Perfectly, itself is valid, no problem at all. So, non-final to final, acceptable. Remember, but final to non-final, not acceptable. Okay, right? Sir, similarly, if the parent class method is abstract, if the parent class method is abstract means not having implementation, then I want to override that in the child class. Compulsory we should override to provide implementation. So abstract to non-abstract, acceptable. You are getting abstract to non-abstract, acceptable, no problem at all. Sir, if the parent class method is non-abstract, sir, implementation is there, What I want to take is, sir,
actually, guys.
I want to override this method as abstract. Is it possible or not?
What is our era is going to be our
Array,
data.
if the parent method is abstract,
We are living in the
happily
age of a data.
you should override to provide implementation as non-abstract, acceptable, right? But if the parent class method is non-abstract, but I want to take the method as abstract. So child class method as abstract, possible or not? 100% pakka possible. Sir, if the child class feels that I don't want parent method implementation, my next level child is the responsible to provide new implementation for this method, then non-abstract to abstract, it is always possible. Now let me show this one. Observe carefully, sir. Sir, parent class method is not abstract, not abstract. Now, sir, child class method, it is taking public abstract void m1, public abstract void m1 I'm taking, sir. Can you please consider, is it valid or not? Perfectly, because anyway, if the class contain at least one abstract method, now let me take this one as abstract, sir. Okay, well, parent class method non-abstract, but child class method is abstract. No problem, because of this abstract, okay, next level child compulsory should provide implementation for this method. So it is hiding this implementation, it is restricting this implementation should not available to the next level child classes. That's why, so non-abstract to abstract overriding is always possible. Observe carefully, sir. Here I'm taking, let me compile, yes, perfectly valid. Then who is the responsible to provide implementation for this next level child, sir? Class sub C, class sub C extends, class sub C extends C. Now this person is the responsible for public void m1. Again, new implementation, right? Sir, are you getting new implementation? This person is the responsible to provide. Now observe that perfectly itself is valid, no problem at all. So terminology is very clear. So abstract to non-abstract, non-abstract to abstract, yes, overriding is always applicable. Okay, like, sir, what about remaining modifiers? Do you know remaining modifiers are synchronized, native, strict FP, but for our OCJA exam, these things are not required, but still just aware, if the parent method is synchronized, if the parent method is synchronized to non-synchronized, synchronized to non-synchronized, synchronized to non-synchronized, non-synchronized to synchronized. Sir, have you observed? Synchronized to non-synchronized, non-synchronized to synchronized, perfectly valid, because synchronized keyword won't keep any restrictions in overriding. Sir, if the parent class method is synchronized, compulsory child class method should be synchronized. No such type of rule. If you want, you can take, otherwise you can ignore, no problem, right? Same rule applicable for native methods also. Native, non-native. Sir, it is no restrictions. Either native to non-native, non-native to native, perfectly acceptable. Similarly, strict FP to non-strict FP, non-strict FP to strict FP, acceptable, right? But anyway, sir, what about these native synchronized strict FP? For our certification, not required. That's why I'm not keeping that much clear explanation. Don't worry about that. The people who are very much interested, just go through the Google. You people can able to understand clearly, right? That's all. Sir, now, if you observe all the rules, among all these things, only one restriction. What is that restriction? Can you please cross check once? Among all these things, just only one restriction. What is that restriction? What is that restriction? Only one. Final method we can't override. Sir, what about abstract? What about non-final, synchronized, native, strict FP? All the things are perfectly acceptable, no problem at all. Only one restriction. Sir, we can't override final method. If you are trying to override final method, immediately comparative method we will get. But still, in our list, one modifier is missing. Have you remembered, have you observed, right? Static modifier is missing, sir. Static modifier, okay, this big story is there. That part soon we will discuss in detail. Just accept a static, all the remaining things are clear, right?
Any ideas, guys? If anybody gives some data for my
Sir, in the last two videos we covered overriding rules. Have you remembered, right? Method names must be same, argument types must be same, method signatures must be same. Private methods not visible to the child classes. That's why overriding concept not applicable for private methods. Final methods we can't override except a final method. For the remaining modifiers, no restrictions. Okay, well, up to that we covered. Now the next important point. Here observe. I'm taking class P, parent class. Parent class contain a method public void M1. Observe very carefully, sir. Class P, public void M1. Class C extends P. I'm taking, sir. Class C extends P. I'm taking. Now here I'm taking protected void M1. Regarding just I'm taking protected void M1 like this, right? Can you please confirm? Is it valid overriding or not?
Okay, a small example.
Ayo, respond. Can you please tell? Is it valid overriding or not?
Anybody can understand.
Okay. Remember, if I'm trying to do like this, immediately comparative method you are going to get. What is the reason? What is the reason for that? Related to these access modifiers, do you have any rule for overriding? Very important for the exam sake. That's why you people should be very clearly, right? Sir, while overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. Means, sir, public to protected means we are reducing the scope. Sir, while performing overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. But if you want, you can increase the scope, no problem at all. Regarding, but we can't reduce the scope by mistake. If you are trying to reduce the scope, immediately error we are going to get. Are you getting the point, right? So we can't reduce the scope, but we can increase the scope, no problem at all. Sir, let me show up to this. Is it really compatible error or not? Observe carefully, sir. Have a look once. Sir, parent class method is the public, but child class method I'm taking as protected, sir. Protected void M1. Immediately error by default you will get. Observe that M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Attempting to assign weaker access privileges was public. Attempting to assign weaker access privileges was the public. This is the compatible error we are going to get, sir. So because we are reducing scope of access modifier, that's why, sir. Have you remembered somewhere in our fundamentals we covered which is having more access? Public is having, sir, public is having, which is having least access? Private is a lesser than, default is a lesser than, protected is a lesser than public. Somewhere we covered these points, sir. So more access is the public, next access is the protected, next one is the default, next one is the private. Are you getting? So public to protected means we are reducing scope of access modifier. That's why itself is invalid. Compatible error you are going to get, sir. Suppose I'm taking, it is also protected. It is also protected. Is it valid or not? Yes. We are not reducing the scope. Same scope are maintaining. That's why perfectly itself is valid. Are you getting? Suppose if it is protected and if I can take public, is it valid or not? Was protected to public means we are increasing the scope, acceptable. Rule is we can't reduce the scope, but we can increase the scope, no issue at all. Now have a look, observe carefully, sir. Here the parent class method is also protected, like this I'm taking, sir. Protected.
This is what has been happening. Actually, as a human we know.
Protected, like this, right? Now observe, happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Regarding protected, acceptable, right? Suppose assume parent class method is protected, but child class method is the public, sir. Regarding parent class method is the protected, but child class method is the public. Sir, we are increasing the scope. We are increasing the scope. That's why 100% pakka it is acceptable. Now have a look once. Perfectly itself is valid. There is no doubt at all. So the rule while performing overriding, the rule is, sir, we can't reduce scope of access modifier, but we can increase the scope. Next, you should aware this one, which is having more scope, which is having least scope. Like this diagram also compulsory you have to keep in your mind. Clear, right?
And the features are also going to
Now observe, sir, which is having least scope, private is having least scope. Next, when compared with the private, next default, next protected, next public. You know, somewhere while covering access modifiers, I covered these points, sir. Which is having highest scope, public, which is having least scope is the private modifier, right? Okay, well. Now the point here is, if the parent class method is public, what about child method? What about child method? Can you please tell? What is the child method? Sir, while overriding, we can't reduce scope of access modifier. If you want, you can increase the scope. Decreasing is not allowed. So, if the parent is the public, compulsory child class method should be public. If the parent is the public, compulsory child method should be public. If the parent is protected, if the parent is protected, can you please tell? Either protected or more access. More access means what? Public. So, child class method can be protected or public. Regarding child class method can be protected or public. Okay, like. Similarly, if the parent class method is the default, can you please tell what about child class method? Either default is allowed, or protected is allowed, or public is allowed. Regarding public is allowed, right? Next, if the parent class method is private, sir, private. What about child class modifiers? Sir, parent class method is the private. What about child method modifier? Sir, no restrictions, because overriding concept for private methods not applicable. Have you remembered, right? For private method not applicable. Remember this one. We covered already in the last video clearly about this point, sir. Okay. Anyway, now observe, if the parent class method is the public, compulsory child class method should be public. If the parent class method is the protected, child class method should be either protected or public. If the parent class method is the default, child method can be either default or protected or public. No restrictions, right? Sir, private anyway, not going to participate in overriding. We are not required to have any rules. So, only one rule you have to aware about these modifiers. While overriding, we can't reduce the scope of access modifier, but we can increase the scope, no problem at all. Clear, right?
Saying that this is what you have to predict, but it is depending on the gender.
Sir, the next point related to overriding, of course, sometimes we may use throws exception, throws IO exception. Do you have any restrictions in overriding related to throws keyword? Compulsory you people should aware. Observe that carefully, sir. Sir, here public void M1, throws exception, parent class method, child class method, public void M1 doesn't throw any exception. Sir, here also parent method doesn't throw any exception, but child class method throws exception. Like, sir, we have almost around 8 cases I wrote on the board. Okay, I will explain all these things, but to understand this related to throws keyword, first you people should have some basic idea about the checked exception and unchecked exception. Please make sure, sir, if you aware checked and unchecked exception, then you can aware clearly, right? Sir, let me put some basic idea about checked exception and unchecked exception, right? Very simple, sir. Do you know, in exception handling, I will explain in detail, don't worry. But here my target is, sir, which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions, just aware that knowledge is enough to answer this type of questions for the exam. Sir, do you know, you have which class access root for Java exception hierarchy? Have you remembered, right? Throwable. Yesterday we covered, I mean in the last videos we covered already throwable. Throwable access root for Java, all Java exceptions and errors, right? Now, throwable contain two child classes, exception and error. Two child classes, exception and error. Sir, under exception, there are several child classes are there. Runtime exception, IO exception, runtime exception, IO exception. Next, interrupted exception, IE, very important, sir. Throws interrupted exception in multi-threading, very common exception. Next, servlet exception, several things are there. Under runtime exception, do you know, sir, what are various child classes are there? Arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, Are you getting? Arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception. These are child classes of runtime exception. Similarly, IO exception, for this file not found exception. Are you getting? File not found exception, EOF exception, exception, Okay, sir, interrupted exception, servlet exception, there are several things are there. Even under error also, VM error. Are you getting? What is the VM error, sir? Virtual machine error. Under that, okay, out of memory error. Are you getting? Out of memory error like this, stack overflow error. Out of memory error, stack overflow error, like a dot. Several things are there. Sir, please make sure in this, which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions. Compulsory you people should have clarity, right? The point here is, do you know what is this one? What is this? Runtime exception, arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception. These are child classes of runtime. Next, what is this one? Error. Under error, virtual machine error, like there are several things. Among these, which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions, there is a clear division is there. What is that division is? Sir, a runtime exception and its child classes. Observe very carefully, sir. Runtime exception and its child classes. Error and its child classes. Are you getting? Error and its child classes. So, are unchecked, sir. These are unchecked. Like, let me repeat again. Runtime exception and its child classes. Error and its child classes are unchecked. Compiler never going to check whether you are handling or not. Except this, all the remaining things by default considered as checked exceptions, right? Are you getting? Except this part, the total remaining thing is by default considered as checked exceptions, right? Sir, can you please observe? Sir, IO exception, checked exception, checked exception, file not found exception, checked, interrupted exception, checked exception, servlet exception, checked exception, right? So the important point, this is the thumb rule you should aware. Runtime exception and its child classes, error
So as
and
an
its
ML
child
expert,
classes
simply
are
we do the
unchecked
EDS coefficient checks.
except this
We have to
the
decide
total
which
remaining
one
area
as per which
is the
one.
checked
Because
exceptions, right?
it is
Okay,
not just
sir,
a one or
please
two
make
algorithm.
sure
There are
if
different
you
types of
ever
algorithms.
this point,
Like
then automatically
we are going to be
nothing
having
will be
some kind
there
of a
in our
classification
overriding
algorithm.
rule.
This
Are
terms
you in the
are
position to
completely
understand, right?
different,
But which are
don't worry
parent
about
class,
it.
which are child classes, compulsory this division must be aware. Arithmetic, null pointer,
There is
class
something
cast
called as a
exception, these are
classification
child classes of runtime exception
going to be
unchecked,
having some
right?
kind of
But
an
IO
integration
exception
algorithms.
and its child
We are
classes
going to be
checked
having some
only.
kind of an
Interrupted
clustering
exception
algorithms.
checked
There
only.
are different
Next,
types of
error
algorithms
part unchecked only.
And we are
Clear,
going to be
right?
having a
If you
deep learning
aware this
algorithm.
knowledge,
Apart from
then
machine
you can
learning
able to
algorithm,
answer
we are
very
having a
easily
deep
these
learning
things, right? Sir, observe.
deep learning
What is
algorithms, we have a
the
different
rule
types of deep learning
in overriding?
Like we are having
What
a
rule is there,
CNN,
sir? Very
we are
simple.
going to be
Very
having a
simple rule, sir.
CNN, we are going
If
to be having a
child
parallels.
class
There are
method
different types of
throws
neural
any
networks,
checked
nothing but
exception,
artificial neural
if
networks,
child class
exponential
method
neural networks,
throws any
recurrent
checked
neural
exception,
networks, so many things are going to be
compulsory
actually.
parent class
So many
method
things
should
are going to be
throw
there actually.
the same checked exception or
So
its a
we are going to be
parent.
learning
Let me
the
repeat
various
again.
algorithms
Okay,
for different
if a
different
child
problems.
class
Right now you
method
don't know.
throws any
Maybe
checked
some of you don't know
exception,
about what is the meaning of
compulsory parent
classification,
class
what is
method should
integration, what is
throw
clustering.
the same checked
But if you go
exception
online and
or
check out
its a
what are going to be the
parent.
popular
Otherwise,
algorithms,
compiler will get left and right.
Coming
Are
to
you getting that? Okay.
classification, we
So
have
just I'm
k-means,
repeating again.
we have a
If
decision trees,
child
we have a
class
random
method
forest,
throws
we have
any
SVMs,
checked
we are
exception,
having an AVPs. These are going to
compulsory
be some kind of
parent
a
class method
popular
should throw
algorithms in
the same checked exception
Coming to
or its a
regression, we are
parent.
having a simple linear
Otherwise,
regression.
compatible
We are
error.
going to be
Right.
having
Sir,
some
what
linear
about unchecked
regression. We have
exception?
logistic
For
regressions,
unchecked
etc.
exception, no
Coming to
rule. The
clustering,
rule is
we are
applicable
having
only for
k-means.
checked
We are
exceptions
having
only.
something called as a
Unchecked
k-means.
exceptions you
Like
can
this, we
use
have some kind of
anywhere, any number of times, no
So
problem
mainly,
at all. Clear,
our
right?
main
Now, if you
main
ever
time-taking
this,
process
now observe that
is going to
first
be
point,
understanding this
first
algorithm,
one,
how the
if a
k-network,
child class
how a
method
decision
throws
network,
any
how a
checked
random forest
exception,
will work.
can you please tell,
We have to
in
study
this
how the
case,
algorithms will
child method doesn't throw
study how
any
the
checked
algorithms
exception,
will work,
then we are
then
not
only
required to
we can
worry,
understand how to
perfectly
control
itself
the
is valid.
algorithms. Otherwise, we
Are you
can't
getting valid?
control the
Because child doesn't throw any checked exception.
Otherwise, you can't control
Second
the
case,
If you want to
child
control
class
algorithm, we have to
throws
know how it is
exception.
going to be get started.
Child method throws exception. Sir, if child
So
class method
basically,
throws any
Python
checked
has
exception,
to-
compulsory
observe
parent,
carefully.
compulsory
All these
parent
machine
method
learning
should throw the same
algorithms,
checked
all these
exception or its parent.
related to
But
basic stacks.
here parent
It is
method does
completely
not
the concept
throw.
behind
That's
the
why this
math
one
behind the stack.
is invalid.
For example, if we talk
Compile
about
time error
neural
by default
networks,
you are going to get, sir.
math behind
Please
them
make
is
sure
going to
you
be
people
nothing
should
but
aware.
derivation.
Now have a look once. Let
hope
me
you remember
show
the
at least
derivation
once.
steps.
Here, observe carefully about this one. I'm taking
have to
a
study
simple
the
example, sir. A simple example. Here public void M1, public void M1. Sir, M1 parent throws exception, sir. But child doesn't throw any checked exception. If the child doesn't throw any checked exception, no restrictions, happily the code is going to compile. Happily the code is going to compile fine. Java C p dot Java. Observe that the code what I say about this one is p dot Java. Regarding this is the p dot Java, right? That's why Java C p dot Java. Happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all. Suppose if the child class method throws checked exception, but the parent class method doesn't throw that checked exception. Have you observed, right? Immediately error we are going to get. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overridden method does not throw exception like this, right? So if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its parent. So suppose I want to make this one as a valid. One option, better to throw parent class method also throws either same or its parent. Either same. I'm taking M1 throws exception. Are you getting? Child class method throws some checked exception. Parent class method also throws the same checked exception. No problem. Acceptable. If the parent class method throws its parent, sir. What is the parent? Parent of exception throwable. Still acceptable. Okay? No issue at all. So the rule is if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw either same exception, either same checked exception or its a parent. Okay, well. So this one is the invalid, right? Now the third one.
If really
Can
know
you please
what is
observe?
happening internally,
Child
magic
class
is not
method
going to be
throws
practical.
IO
It is
exception.
just like a trick.
Parent class
Just like
method
a
throws
trick
exception.
only, isn't
Sir, it is
Here
a
also we
checker.
are going to be having
IO
some
exception is a
tricks
checker.
will be
So
If you understand
IO
at least what is
exception
happening
itself is the
internally,
checker means, sir, parent class method
So to
throws
implement
its
this
parent
linear
only.
algebra,
No
to
problem
implement this
at all.
linear tools, you require
Acceptable.
some maths, some
Okay.
languages which
Fourth
is
one,
required.
sir. Child
So there are
class
so many
method throws
languages are
exception.
there, but
If
most
a
popular
child class
languages are
method
going to
throws
be-
any checked exception,
we are having
compulsory
Python
parent
and
class
R
should
language.
method should throw
These are
either
the two
same
most
exception or
popular
its parent.
languages.
Sorry,
Which are
it is
basically
not
used for
parent,
our
it is not same.
applications.
That's why
Because
it is invalid.
Our language is
Are you getting?
completely
So
statistical
because
implementation.
parent method
Python is
always
having some
throw
libraries
either same or a higher level. But this is the sub IO exception is the child of exception. That's why it is not,
For example,
it is
if you want to
invalid.
do a
Okay,
matrix
like.
multiplication test,
Sir, now
you give a small matrix,
public
a
void
very small matrix,
throws EOF exception, file not found exception. Child class method, child class method throws EOF exception, file not found exception. Have you observed? According to our diagram, EOF exception, file not found exception are child class of IO exception. So these two are child of IO only. No problem at all. So each and every checked exception thrown by child class method, compulsory thrown by parent class method or its parent. Sir, parent already IO. Yes, more superior only. That's why no problem at all. Next, have you observed right? Sir, public void M1 throws EOF exception. EOF exception. Sir, parent IO, no problem at all. EOF exception, parent throws IO exception, no problem. But interrupted exception, child class method throws interrupted exception, which is not thrown by parent class method. That's why immediately compile error we are going to get, sir. This one itself is invalid because interrupted exception, which is the checked exception thrown by only child class but not by the parent class. That's why itself is invalid, right? If you want, let me show this one. Have a look once. Parent class method throws IO exception. Parent class method throws IO exception, but child class method throws EOF exception, EOF exception, comma, interrupted exception, comma, interrupted exception, like this, right? Sir, anyway, IO exception like import java dot IO dot star must be required. Import java dot IO dot star. Now observe that the problem here is EOF exception, the corresponding parent already thrown. But interrupted exception, where is the corresponding parent? That's why the problem is coming. Are you getting? Now, let me compile this code. Let me compile. Immediately error. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overridden method does not throw interrupted exception. Suppose if this interrupted exception thrown by parent, sir, if this interrupted exception is thrown by parent, then perfectly valid, no problem at all. Are you getting? Sir, or for both the common parent is interrupted, sir, exception. If the parent class method throws exception, now also it is valid. Are you getting right? Sir, observe various possibilities, right? So that's why this one is invalid, it's a very clear. Sir, what about next, the seventh one? Public void M1 throws IO exception. Public void M1 throws IO exception. Public void M1 throws EOF exception, null pointer exception. Sir, observe. EOF exception, it's a parent IO exception, already parent method thrown. But what about null pointer exception? Have you remembered? Null pointer exception is the checked or unchecked? Unchecked. That's why you can take anywhere, no restrictions, right? Valid. Okay. Now, sir, this one. Child class method throws arithmetic exception, null pointer exception. Sir, both are unchecked exception. Child class method doesn't throw any checked exception. That's why perfectly this one is valid. Restrictions are applicable only for checked exception but not for unchecked exception. Child class method throws any number of unchecked exceptions perfectly itself is acceptable. but only restriction applicable for checked exceptions, right? Clear for all of you, right? All these things clearly available in our material. Don't worry, just go through that so that you people can feel more comfortable. If any case, if you are feeling sir doubt, just try to execute, automatically you can get much clarity, right? But you should aware what is the rule. Can you please spell out? What is the rules are? If child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw same checked exception or its parent. That is the rule what you people should aware. But what about unchecked exceptions? No restrictions. Clear, right?
Somebody has asked me in the starting session, sir, what about the cloud services?
Sir, the next point related to overriding is what is the behavior of overriding for static methods? Okay, very, very important, sir. Do you know what is the main difference between instance method and static method? Static method is class level, nowhere related to object. Instance method means object related method. Correct, right? Object related method. So the important conclusion, what you people should be aware, I want to override static method with the non-static method. Okay? So class level method with the object level method. Or I want to override non-static method with the static. Okay? Sir, observe carefully. Listen. You can get much clarity with example. Class P I am taking, sir. Assume here I am taking public static void M1 method. Public static void M1 method. Sir, now class C extends P, sir. Class C extends P. Now I am taking public void M1 method. Like this. Can you please observe carefully? I'm trying to override static method with the non-static method. Are you getting static method with the non-static? Similarly, class P, okay, public void M1, sir. Public void M1. Now, class C extends P. Class C extends P. Now here I am taking public static void M1. Okay, like this. Sir, observe these two examples, right? Static to non-static, non-static to static. I am trying to override. Immediately, compiler will give left and right. Array, suppose in our movie, I want to produce one movie, sir. I booked a hero, heroine, all the people accepted. Movie is ready to start, shooting is ready to start. Suddenly, heroine is telling, sorry, I can't act in this movie. Okay, I'm dropping out from this movie like she told. If the heroine is dropping, now I have to search it for another heroine. Are you getting? Not for another hero. Okay, because in the place of one heroine, I can place another heroine only. Are you getting right? Not with the hero. I can't replace heroine with hero or hero with heroine. Not possible, right? Same way. Class level method is the static method. If you want to override with that method with the object level method, not possible. Regarding one is object related, one is class related. Static to non-static, non-static to static, overriding, not possible. Remember this one. Sir, observe very carefully, sir. Static to non-static, non-static to static. If you are trying to do, compiler will give left and right. Oh, class level method. How you can replace with object level method or object level method? How you can replace with class level method? Like that compiler method we are going to get. Clear, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Observe carefully. Here, forget about throws terminology. What the first one? Public static void M1, public static void M1, public void M1. Observe that, sir. Parent class method is the static method. But child class method is not static method. That's why now if I can ask the compiler, immediately compiler will give left and right. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overridden method is a static. This is the problem we are going to get, sir. Suppose if the parent method is non-static but child method is static, sir. Observe that parent method is non-static but the child method is static. Now also compile method we are going to get. What is the reason for that? Why this one is invalid, sir? Non-static to static overriding not possible. Object level method, how you can override with the class level method? That's why compile method we are going to get. Now let me cross check here. Overriding method is static. M1 in C cannot override M1 in P. Overriding method is static. This is the comparative method we are going to get. So the important conclusion you people should aware, right? So non-static method with a static method with a non-static, overriding not possible. Now I have one small doubt. Take very special care. If both methods are static, what will happen? If parent class method is static, child class method is also static. Sir, static like this, right? Both methods are static. Is it acceptable or not? 100% pakka. It is valid, no problem at all. Regarding perfectly, it's valid, no problem at all. So seems to be static method we can override with the static method like this, but it is not the overriding. It is a special concept. What is that special concept? Is method hiding concept. Regarding what is this concept, sir? Can you spell out? It is not the overriding. It is not the overriding, and it is a method hiding concept. Regarding and it is a method hiding concept, right? Please make sure you people should aware clearly, right? Sir, what is the advantage we are going to get because of method hiding? What the advantage we are going to get? Sir, I mean, what is the difference between overriding and method hiding? That part I will take care. Don't worry, sir. First observe, is it valid or not? Have a look once. If both the parent and child class methods are static, sir. Have you observed? Parent class method is a static, and the child class method is also static. Okay, perfectly acceptable. This special concept is called, what is this word? Method hiding, but not the overriding like this, right? Yes. Let me cross check. Let me compile. Happily the code is going to be compiled. No problem at all. So seems to be overriding concept applicable for static methods, but it's not overriding. It is method hiding. Then what is the difference between overriding and method hiding? That part I will take care. Sir, observe a bit carefully, sir. I'm taking system.out.println. Okay, parent method. Okay, parent like this. Now system.out.println child like this I'm taking, sir. Just I'm taking parent and child. Anyway, SOP statements. So which method is going to get in the chance? I want to aware. Now let me go for class test. Public static void main method string array args. Take very special care, sir. Parent P is equal to new parent. Parent P is equal to new parent. P dot M1 method. First case. Child C is equal to new child C dot M1. Second case. Sir, parent P1 is equal to new child. Parent P1 is equal to new child. P1 dot M1. P1 dot M1 like this, right? Sir, if it is overriding, method resolution always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Correct or not? In overriding, method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Sir, here which is the runtime object? Parent. That's why parent method should come.
trainer.
Here runtime object child. That's why child method should come. Here, what is the runtime object? What the runtime object? Child. That's why compulsory child method should come like this, right? If really it is the overriding, definitely this is the answer we have to get. But I told it is not overriding and it is a method hiding. That is what you should aware. In method hiding, method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Remember this one. So if both the methods are static, then it is method hiding. In method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Sir, if these are not static, overriding, then method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Remember this. Very simple rule, sir. Both methods are static or non-static. Both are static. Method hiding. Always method resolution is always based on reference type by the compiler. Sir, both are not static. Then overriding. Method resolution is always based on runtime object by the JVM. Sir, now both are static, sir. If both are static, what is the output you will get based on the reference? Parent, child, and here parent. That's why the answer by default we are going to get parent, sir. If it is method hiding, if it is the overriding, then the answer will become parent, child, and then child. Observe the difference. I will explain. I will execute this code. Observe that. Sir, I'm taking same example. I'm taking same example, right? Here, just have a look once, sir. I'm trying to take here just public static void m1, public static void m1 system.out.println parent like this. I'm taking, sir, parent. Next, here I'm trying to take, sir, public static void m1 here just I'm taking child, sir. Now can you please confirm, is it overriding or method hiding? Is it overriding or method hiding? Sir, it is method hiding. Method resolution is always based on reference type and by compiler. Compiler is the responsible for method resolution and method resolution is always based on the reference type. Okay, well, now parent P is equal to new parent P dot m1. Okay, like this. Next, child C is equal to new child C dot m1. Next, parent P1 is equal to new child P1 dot m1. Okay, observe that, sir. So if it is the method hiding, method resolution is always based on the reference type. Here parent reference we are using, that's why parent method. Regarding, that's why parent method we are going to get in the chance. Here child reference I'm using, that's why child method we will get. Next, here parent reference we are using, that's why parent method we are going to get in the chance. Observe that a bit very carefully about this terminology, right? So method resolution is always based on reference type because it is a static method. Now observe that. Now let me save this code, test.java. Okay, well, now let me compile this code, java c test.java, perfectly valid. Now java test, but answers are parent, child, parent. This is the answer, right? Suppose if both are not static. Sir, if both are not static. If both are not static, can you please tell, is it overriding or not? Overriding. Method resolution is always based on reference type. Sorry, method resolution is always based on runtime object. Sir, now here what is the output, sir? Here parent object we are using, that's why parent method. Child object we are using, child method. Child object we are using, child method. So parent, child, like this we are going to get in the output. But in the answer we are going to get, sir, here the code compiles fine. The answer by default we are going to get parent followed by child. This is the answer we are going to get, sir. Clear, right? So if both the parent and child class methods are static, then it will become method hiding. If both are not static, then it will become overriding. Take special care overriding with respect to static methods. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, now let me summarize all differences between overriding and a method hiding. Sir, with examples we covered already. Sir, now let me summarize that. Sir, first method hiding, second one overriding. Sir, very simple. In method hiding, both the parent and child class methods should be static. If both are static, such type of thing is called method hiding. So if it is the overriding, both parent and child class methods should be instance methods. Correct, right? Nawabjan? Sir, both the parent class and child class methods should be static if it is the method hiding. Next, both the parent class and child class methods should be non-static if it is overriding. Okay, well. Next, in method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by. In method hiding static. Method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Remember, so in method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type if it is method hiding. Remember, so if it is the overriding, method resolution always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Okay, so next it's always based on runtime object. That's why it is also known as overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. But what about method hiding, sir? Method hiding is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. That's why it is also known method hiding is compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. That's all, sir. If any person in the interview room may be a chance to ask what is the difference between method hiding and overriding, immediately you have to give left and right. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. This is what you should aware.
Data scientist only, I think a spelling mistake I have made.
Sir, in the last videos we covered what is overriding, what are various rules related to overriding. Now the next rule, overriding with respect to hierarchy methods. Are you getting what is the topic name? Overriding with respect to hierarchy methods. Hierarchy methods, right? So now just take a bit very special care. A bit seems to be very easy, but you require to understand very clearly, right? Just observe that. Have a look once, sir. Class P I'm taking. Regarding class P I'm taking. Sir, here public void M1 of int dot I. Are getting public void M1 of int dot I. Here system dot out dot println parent. Okay, like sir, in the last sessions we covered what is this. It is method. It is a hierarchy method. You can call this method by passing any number of int values. No problem at all. Sir, you can need not be int type. If you want, you can declare hierarchy method which can take any number of string values, like. But this hierarchy method can take any number of int values, right? Now I'm taking class C extends. Class C extends P. Class C extends P. Here public void M1, public void M1. Here just take a bit very special care, sir. Int I, like this I'm taking. System dot out dot println child, like this, right? Of course, this is the child, like I'm taking. Sir, it is the parent class. This is the child class. Inside child class, public void M1, int I, like I'm taking, sir. Sir, now my requirement here is, observe carefully. I'm taking class test, public static void main method, string array args, public static void main string array args. Here my target is parent P is equal to new parent. Parent P is equal to new parent. Parent reference, parent object, P dot M1 method by passing 10 as the argument. First one, sir. Second one,
whatever
child
activities
C
that are going to be
is
required,
equal
expertise
to
may be different,
new
but the
child
purpose may be the
C
same.
dot
They may be used for
M1
different
R
reasons.
10 I'm taking. Next, here parent
Fine, yes. I think,
P1 is
I have been
equal
answered
to
almost all
new
your
child.
questions.
Sir, parent
So,
reference can be used
thank
to
you for
hold child
attending this
object.
workshop, guys.
P1
And my faculty
dot
will get back to you.
M1
And,
of 10 I'm
it is
taking,
going to
sir.
be,
Can you please
my
tell
faculty is going to
what
be
is the
get back to
output
you
we are
guys.
going to get?
And you can ask whatever
Please
the question you are
respond.
asking.
Sir, observe both.
Yeah, they will get back to you
Observe
guys.
both.
The Durga
And
software
can you
will
please
be
tell
back to you.
what is the output
Okay.
we are going to
They'll
get?
call you if you given the proper
Yes, very simple. Very simple.
Yes, anyway,
Sir,
you can- anybody can
overriding,
switch from other-
overriding,
other expertise
in
to
overriding,
data science.
method resolution is always takes care by
Thank you all of you once
JVM
again
based
for
on
attending
runtime
this
object,
workshop.
because in
Hope
the
you
child
all
class
will
m1 of
see you
int method
tomorrow
is there.
coming ahead.
Here m1 of int
So thank
dot
you
dot
once-
dot.
thank you
Anyway,
once again for
m1 of
attending
int
the class
10
and have a
10
nice
10
day.
means always based on runtime object. That's why here, sir, it is the parent. It is the parent because runtime
So
object
let
is the
me
parent
just,
object.
for the first
It is
time,
the
just I want to
child
introduce
because
myself.
runtime object is
So
the child object.
this is
Next,
Vamshi
here
Krishna.
also
So
parent
Vamshi
reference
Krishna.
child object.
So
So
my
based on the
experience-
runtime
so
object,
my
child
experience
method is
having-
going to get in the
so my
chance
is,
like that,
very high
right?
expertise.
Regarding
So,
child method will get the
it
chance
is
like
almost
you can.
18 plus years
If
of
I can
experience.
ask this
It is
question
almost
in
the
my
highest in the
offline
software
sessions,
industry.
99% of the people are going to tell, yes sir, same parent, child, we are going to get the output right. No sir, no, we are not going to get this output. There is a small change is there in the output. Observe very carefully, it is the Vairarga method. Vairarga method. But this one is what? Normal method. It's not Vairarga method. So here method names are same, but the arguments, the types are different. Method names are same, but argument types are different. Means overloading, but not overriding. So Vairarga method, you can't override with the normal method. If you are trying to override with the normal method, it will become overloading, but not overriding. Are you getting the point right? Sir, now have a look once. It is overloading. It is overloading, but not overriding. Okay, because we are trying to override with the normal method. Arguments are different. That's why it will become overloading, but not overriding. Okay, well, in overloading, method resolution is always based on reference type. Who is going to take care? Overloading method resolution? Compiler. Overloading method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. That's why here which reference I'm using? Which reference I'm using? Parent reference, parent method. Which reference I'm using? Child reference, child method. Which reference I'm using? Which reference I'm using? Parent. That's why the output we are going to get parent but not child. Observe, a bit dangerous concept. A bit dangerous concept. You people should have clear clarity about this terminology, right? Are you getting the point, right? Sir, now let me execute this code. Observe carefully, right? Here, same example. Here, this is what we call Vairarga method, and this one itself is a normal method. Are you getting? First one is the Vairar, second one normal method. Parent P is equal to P1 dot M1. Sir, child like this, right? P1 dot M1 like. Sir, now observe, sir, Java C, test dot Java. Happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Sir, Java test. Have a look once. Here, is it overloading or overriding? Please respond. Is it overloading or overriding? Yes, it is. This one is overloading or overriding? Overloading. Because the reason for that is why these two methods are overloaded here argument types are different. Have you observed, right? In this case, arguments are int dot, but here int only. Argument types are different. That's why it is the overloading, right? In overloading, method resolution always takes care by compiler based on the reference type. That's why, do you know what will happen here? Which reference we are using? Parent reference. That's why which reference we are using, sir? sir, parent reference, parent method. Child reference, child method. Parent reference, parent method. Because it's the overloading, right? So the output we are going to get, first one is the parent. Next, second one here is child we are going to get. Next, third one here we are going to get, sir, parent. Third we are going to get parent, right? That's all. So this is what you people should aware. Sir, observe. Let me execute. Parent, child, parent. Is it clear for all of you? That's what is. So we can't override where-arg method with the normal method. If you are trying to override where-arg method with the normal method, it will become what? Overloading, but not overriding. Okay, well, sir, I want to override where-arg method. I want to override where-arg method. What is the possibility? Happily, child class method also, if you can make as where-arg, then it will become overriding. Observe carefully, right? Here I'm taking m1 int dot I. Are you getting? Now child method is also where-arg, parent method is where-arg. Sir, if both are where-arg, now it will become what? Now it will become what? Overriding concept. In overriding, method resolution is always takes care by JVM, based on runtime object. So here which object we are using? Parent object. Here which object we are using? Child object. Here which object we are using? Child. That's why the output by default we are going to get child method we are going to get in the chance. Okay, let me cross check whether it is a valid or not. Observe carefully, right? Yeah, have a look once.
Yeah, guys. So this is going to be about myself, guys. So I don't want to
have a look once. Here child method also I'm taking child method also I'm trying to take. Here m1 of int dot. Sir, now is it overriding or overloading? Please respond. Is it overriding or overloading? This one is overriding. This one itself is overriding. Okay, now have a look once, sir. Observe that. Happily the code compiles fine. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? Parent followed by child. Parent followed by child. Like this is the output we are going to get, because it is always based on runtime object. So this is the rule you people should be aware with respect to where-arg methods. Clear, right? Let me repeat. Sir, we can't override where-arg method with the normal method. If you are trying to override where-arg method with the normal method, it will become overloading. Where-arg method you should override with the where-arg method only. Clear?
Full stack data science course. So my backend team.
In the last video we covered overriding with respect to where-arg methods, right? So we can't override where-arg method with the normal method. Compulsory where-arg method we should override with another where-arg method only. Clear, right? So now overriding with respect to variables concept. I want to do overriding with respect to variables. Take very special care, very important, sir. Here I'm taking class P. Class P, string s is equal to here just I'm trying to take parent. String s is equal to I'm taking parent. One string variable content is parent. Now class C extends P, class C extends P, sir, string s is equal to child, sir. String s is equal to child. So in the parent and the child, I'm taking a variable with the same name. Can you please tell, is it instance variable or is it static variable? Can you please confirm, is it instance variable or static variable? Instance variable, not static, right? Okay, well, now my target is class test, public static void main method I'm taking, sir, string array args. Public static void means string array args. Now observe, parent P is equal to new parent system.out.println P dot s. Sir, I'm creating parent object with a parent reference variable P dot s. Sir, similarly, child C is equal to new child system.out.println C dot s. Child C is equal to new child SOP of C dot s. Sir, parent P1 is equal to new child. Sir, parent reference can be used to whole child object. System dot out dot println P1 dot s. Are you getting? P1 dot s. Sir, can you please confirm what is the output we are going to get, sir? Anyone, can you please tell? Yes, very simple. Both are instance variables. Both are instance variables. What is the output we are going to get?
Will cover some around 3-4 hours will cover.
Yes, good learning is there. You require to think a bit very carefully and then tell the answer.
Some weekends regularly we are.
Yeah, can you please confirm which one is the answer? In the first case, what the output? Second case, what the output? Third case, what the output?
Or something like big data systems.
Yes.
Also, guys.
Now,
So some kind
my
of big
target
data
is
systems. So these
both
classes,
are
you will be
instance
getting
variables.
connecting
Correct, right?
you
So,
have to
if
attend those
both are
meetings.
instance variables,
Anyhow,
okay,
I'll give you a complete details of
both
my course
are
program also, so
instance
that you can get
variable.
some clarity.
Parent variable is instance.
So,
Sir,
let us start
child
with our
variable is
discussion,
also
guys. So, what is
instance,
this
right?
full stack
Both
data
are
science course actually?
instance
Previously, we called it
variables.
as- we
What is
used
the
to call it as
output?
data science.
Output.
We used to call it
Now,
as only just a data
parent
science. Now we are
variable
going to call it as
is
a full stack data science course.
sir, static,
generally have an idea
static,
of what do you mean to
but
say full
child
stack
variable
nowadays.
is
So the companies are also
non-static.
asking for a full stack.
What is the
Full stack
output?
means from beginning to
Observe
ending,
carefully.
or
Parent
end to end,
variable is
whatever that
static
tools,
variable,
whatever
but
that-
child
whatever
variable
the
is
technology
non-static
you require,
variable.
or
What is the
whatever
output?
techniques you require.
Parent
All the
variable
things for
non-static.
completely for a complete
Parent
data science
variable
project,
non-static,
whatever is required,
but child
we have
variable
to learn
is
all
a
that particular
static
topics.
variable. What is the
Instead of
output?
learning
Next,
one part of a data science
parent
course,
variable
because
and the
data
child
science contains
variable
so many different
both
areas,
are
so many
static.
different
Static.
areas.
What is the output, sir?
Mainly your data science
Yes,
contains
friends.
AI.
Can you please
And we are
confirm
going to be having
what is the
something
output by
called as
default we are
ML,
going to get
and we are
in
going to be
these
having
cases?
ETL.
Sir, three
AI, you know that,
SOPs
which
are
is
there.
going to be
Here,
artificial
here, and
intelligence.
here. What
Whereas
outputs
ML
we are
is
going to get?
nothing but what we are going to call it as a machine learning.
Remember that. Remember that.
is
Okay.
going to be basically
Now,
what we are going to call
very
it as a
important
deep learning.
point. You people
It's a
should
deep
be aware. Very important
So
point.
it
You
is
people
going to
should
be
be aware.
AI, which is going
Sir,
to
if
be
I can
an
ask
artificial
this question in my
intelligence.
offline
So suppose
sessions,
you have having this
out
topic.
of 100,
going to be an
90% of the people are always telling wrong answer only. I don't know the reason. Wrong. They are always telling wrong answer, of course. Especially this case, right? So even in your mind also, whatever answer you have, it is the wrong by default. Think a bit very carefully and then so listen carefully, right?
People see, guys.
What the point is?
The main point
What is our
so many
heading?
people are
Can you please
having
tell?
about a different
Overriding
opinion about
with
them.
respect
again, if
to
I say that
variables.
AI contains-
Overriding
actually the
with
hierarchy is
respect
going
to
be AI. Actually,
variables.
written in hierarchy
First
only.
clarity.
AI going to
What I want to
contains
provide.
ML, and ML is going to
Overriding
contain
concept
DL actually.
applicable only for methods
basically,
but not for
whenever I
variables.
say
Are you getting
AI is a
overriding
part of
concept
ML,
applicable
ML
only
is a
for
part of-
methods
DL is
but
a
not
part
for
of ML, ML is a
variables?
part of AI.
Okay, well.
Generally, everybody
Then
expects
how
that,
the variable
sir, as you are saying
resolution
that,
will be there?
AI contains
Variable
ML, ML contains
resolution
DL. So shall I
is
start our
always
classes
takes
with
care
DL?
by
So, you will be
compiler.
getting some kind
Variable
of a
resolution is
different
always takes
opinion
care by
about it. That's why generally we
compiler.
don't talk about that.
Based on
Okay.
based on
So basically, our
reference
classes are
type.
going to be
Are you
starting
getting?
from ML
Variable resolution is always
So
takes care
you will
by
understand. Over the time
compiler
period, you will
based
understand.
on reference
So ML,
type.
we are going to
Remember.
start from ML.
Next,
Inside the ML, we
the
are going to be
rule
having a
is the same whether
So
the
we are
variable
learning
is
ML. So many
instance
people
variable
can ask
or
me,
static
"Sir,
variable." So
if you are
no
learning
change in the
ML
rule.
and DL,
Rule is
are we
always
not
the
going
same,
to
sir.
learn AI?
Variable
ML, DL,
resolution
all are part
is
of
always
our
takes
AI
care by is always
All are
takes care
part of
by
our AI.
compiler based on
Initially,
reference
we'll
type
start
but
our training
not
program
based
for
on
ML.
runtime
That is, we'll start from
object.
machine
Clear,
learning.
right? Now have a look
Because
once. Here,
what is going
even
to
this
be deep
variable is the
learning?
static
So what
or
is going to be
non-static.
deep learning
Static or
actually?
non-static output
So
is
deep learning
always
is a
the
little
same,
bit
sir.
higher level
Do
to
you know
discuss
this
that. So
type of
generally,
concept
we'll conduct
is
some
called
workshops. Basically,
variable
specifically for
hiding.
So anyhow,
Variable
in our actual
hiding
classes also, we will be
or
having a complete
shadowing.
introduction
Are you
to
getting?
all of them again.
This type of
So don't
concept
worry,
is called
just it is like a
variable hiding
workshop.
or shadowing. Defining same
mainly,
variable in the child class
as
is
part
called
of our full
shadowing
stack data
concept.
science
But anyway, these technical words you are
Whatever
not
the
required to
tools that
worry.
are going to
Just
be
aware
required. I'm just giving
variable
some idea. What are the
resolution
tools that we are
always
going to
takes care
learn?
by compiler based
are the
on
different techniques
reference
we are going to
type.
learn?
The
I just
rule
give
is
you
always
some
same
post-curriculum
whether
facts
we are
so
using
that you can
static
get
or
some idea
non-static,
here.
right? Now observe.
generally, I
Now
don't
observe a
prefer
bit
to
carefully,
use,
right?
I
Here,
don't prefer to
which
use,
reference type
this
you are
is what
using?
that means.
Parent
I don't
reference.
prefer to
Parent
use,
reference. Then
any
obviously,
presentations
what is the
basically.
output
Okay,
you are
we
going
use
to
the
get?
presentations.
Parent is the output. Are you getting? Sir, here which reference we are using? Child reference. That's why the output is child we are going to get, sir. Sir, here which reference we are using? Parent reference. That's why the output we are going to get is parent, sir. Are you getting? Sir, whether the variables are static, non-static, I am not required to worry, sir. Whether it is static or non-static, the rule is always same. Variable resolution always based on reference type only, but not based on runtime object. That's why. So whether the variables are both are instance variable or both are static variable, one is static, one is non-static. Like output is always parent, child, parent only. Parent, child, parent only. Sir, in all cases, same output by default we are going to get, sir. Okay, let me show this example, right? Observe carefully. Here observe that this is the string. This is the string s is equal to parent. Okay, in the parent class. This is the string s is equal to child in the child class. Now parent object, child object. Next up parent p1 is equal to new child, like this, right? So that's all. Now let me execute.
I use as pen tablets.
Sir, the code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. What is the answer we are going to get? Parent, child, parent. Parent, child, parent. Based on reference only. Now I'm taking static. Parent variable is static. Parent variable is the static, but the child variable is non-static. No problem. Whether static, non-static, static, or both are static, the rule is always same. That's why. So in this case, what is the output, sir? Now have a look once, sir. Now the same output by default we will get. Parent, child, parent. Okay. Now I'm taking, sir, parent is non-static, but child is a static, sir. Parent is non-static, but the child is a static. What the answers are? Parent, child, parent, right? Sir, if both are static, can you please observe what answer by default we are going to get? Yes, yeah, parent, child, parent by default we are going to get. So whether variables are static or non-static, variable resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Clear for all of you, right? So overriding concept applicable only for methods but not for variables.
Details also. So let me give some details actually, guys. Okay, first of all,
sir, almost we did postmortem on overloading and overriding. Sir, let me summarize the differences, comparison between overloading and overriding, right? Have a look once. Sir, comparison between overloading and overriding. Sir, with respect to which property we have to compare? Overloading and overriding. Observe carefully, sir. The first property, method names. Sir, in overloading, method names must be, can you please tell? In overloading, method names must be same. In overriding also, method names must be same. Remember that, must be same. Whether it is overloading or overriding, method names must be same. Second point, argument types. Are you getting argument types? Do you know in overloading, argument types must be different, sir? Have you remembered? Method names must be same, but argument types must be different. At least the order like. Sir, what about overriding? In overriding, argument types must be same. Are you getting? Here must be same, including order. Must be same, including order. So it should be compulsory, sir. Must be same. So do you know method names and argument types is also known as method signature? Are you getting? In overloading, method signature must be different because of different argument types, but in overriding must be same like this, right? So next, private final static methods. Are you getting? Private final static method. Private methods can be overloaded, static methods can be overloaded, final methods can be overloaded. Are you getting? No restrictions in overloading, sir. can be overloaded, no problem at all. Private methods can be overloaded, final methods can be overloaded, static methods can be overloaded. Somewhere in our while discussing main method, overloading concept applicable for main method, somewhere we discussed right about this one. That's why overloading wise no restrictions. But what about overriding? Private methods are not visible to the child classes. That's why overriding is not applicable. Final methods, overriding is not applicable. Static method, if both the parent and child class methods are static, that is called method hiding but not overriding. That's why, sir, for private method, final method, static methods, overriding, such type of concept not applicable. That's why cannot be overridden. Are you getting? Cannot be overridden. Remember. Next, return types, right? Return type. So do you know in overloading, return type no restrictions. You can take same return type, different return type, no problem at all. No restrictions. But in the case of overriding, must be same. Return types must be same until 1.4 version. But from 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed.
You just tell me.
Are you getting? Covariant return types also allowed. From 1.5 version onwards, covariant return types also allowed, right? Okay, well. Next, throws keyword. Are you getting? Sir, if the parent method throws something, child method throws something like we covered in detail in the last videos, right? Sir, throws class. What is the meaning of throws in overloading? No restrictions. No restrictions.
And you give the program to me. Whatever the program.
Okay? No restriction. Sir, what about overriding? What about overriding? Yes. Okay? If a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or its a parent. Okay? If
and I'm going to give you the
child class method, if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception, should throw the same checked exception, should throw the same checked exception or parent. So if a child class method throws any checked exception, compulsory parent class method should throw the same checked exception or parent. Okay? What about the unchecked exception? No restrictions. Remember that. Sir, next, method resolution. Sir, in overloading, method resolution is always takes care by.
absolutely.
Method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Compiler based on reference type. Sir, method resolution always takes care by JVM. If it is the overriding, always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. JVM based on runtime object. Getting right? Next, other names. Sir, what are various other names are there? Sometimes overloading is also known as compile time polymorphism. Are you getting? Compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. Method of binding is going to be happen at compile time only. That's why early binding. So overloading is considered as compile time polymorphism or static polymorphism or early binding. Okay, well. Sir, what about overriding? Overriding is also known as runtime polymorphism. Runtime polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or dynamic polymorphism or late binding. Are you getting? Or late binding. That's all. So if any person is asking what is the difference between overloading and overriding. Sir, happily you can tell this example, this diagram.
So what the machines are
So
saying
that
here is
definitely is going to feel comfortable, right? Are you in the position to understand?
I'll discuss
But
about
here one small observation you have to take care. What is that is, here observe in overloading,
At the end of the session,
in overloading,
at the end of the session, we have
only one rule we have to check. Overloading is very simple. Overloading, we are not required to check multiple rules. Only one rule. Method names must be
So
same.
what the machines are saying
Argument
is that
types
if we
must
give
be
us the
different.
data,
In
if we
overloading,
give us the data,
method names must be same.
automatically
Argument types must
we will
be
try-
different.
we are going to write the
Except
program.
that
simplest way
all the remaining things are not required to worry.
In a simplest
But
way,
in
what we can talk about
overriding,
is, guys, for
everything we have to check.
this is
Method
my
names
input
must be
text.
same.
For example,
Next argument
if
types
x and
must be
y
same.
is
Next,
my input,
do you
this
know
is my
return
expected
types
output.
must be same.
For example,
Covariant return type,
x and
throws
y are the
keyword,
input.
access modifier. Like
So let us say
there are
that just in
several
an easy way, if I
restrictions
talk
are
about
available.
if x
Remember,
is 10,
but
y is
in
20,
overloading,
my
no such
expected
type of
output is 30.
restrictions. Everyone
Input
can
is
able to
100
understand,
now,
right?
the
That's
x and
all,
x is
friends.
100 and y is 200. My expected output is going to be 300, guys. If my output, if my
Sir, in the
if my
last
input is
videos
-1
we
and the input
covered
is going to be +1,
what is
output should
overloading,
be 0.
what is overriding.
If input is
It's
5 and
very
input
clear
is
for
10,
you people,
output
right?
should be, let us say,
Sir,
15
let
like
me
this.
summarize all
this
these
is our
things
required
under
input
single
actually.
roof.
This is our
Okay,
required
is something like
and this is our
polymorphism.
expected output.
Sir, first,
So,
can you
in a
please
easy
tell
way, so
what
that
is
everybody can understand,
polymorphism?
I'm talking in a simplest example.
Can you spell out, sir? Polymorphism. Do you know from our childhood onwards,
So,
we already aware this one.
If you look at
Sir,
the input
poly
and look at the
means,
output, if I give the data
poly
like this,
poly
if I give the
means
data like this,
many.
so for example, if
Are you getting
normal
poly?
traditional
Poly means
programming
many,
language,
sir. Many.
If I give it to a programmer,
Next,
what
marps.
the programmer will do is,
Are you
he
getting
will
marps?
understand, okay, if I give
Marps
10 and 20,
means
output should be 20.
forms.
If I give 100
Marps
and 200,
means
output should be 300.
forms. Forms.
If I give +1 and
Poly
-1,
means
output should be
many.
0.
Marps
5 and 10 is
means
given, output should be
forms.
50.
Forms, right? Okay.
So I can
So
understand the logic. It's very
polymorphism
simple logic
is nothing
only.
but
Easy to
many
understand,
forms.
I'm talking about this.
One
So
name,
programmer
one
understands
name,
output and
but
he will write the
multiple
program for
forms.
adding
One
them.
name,
It's an
but
addition of
multiple
code.
forms is the concept
It is
of
nothing but just addition of
polymorphism.
two
Poly means
numbers.
many
So
man,
you'll write a
marps
program.
means
You'll
forms,
write a
many
Java
forms
program or write a
is
C
called
program.
polymorphism.
By using some of the
Somewhere
programming
you may see
languages.
Polytechnic
some of the
College.
programming
Are you getting
languages.
Polytechnic
It may be a
College?
Java or it
So
may be
there
Python or it may be
multiple
some other C,
technologies are
something
available.
we have to write
Next, a
actually.
polyclinic.
Now, whenever it
Polyclinic.
comes to
Okay,
a
like
machine learning expert,
there
same example
multiple
if I give it to machine
doctor,
learning
expert
expert,
doctors are
which is
available.
an ML expert.
Polyclinic,
What an ML
polygon.
expert will do is,
Next, a
he does not
polytechnic
study
is
the
by
data
default
actually.
considered as
Simply he will say
polymorphism,
that
right?
I'll give
Sir,
the
can
data
you
to
please let me can you please understand this? Let me explain a small layman example. Sir, do you know best example for polymorphism
That means
is yourself only. Yourself only is the best example, sir. Assume that, okay, sir, this diagram is yours, of course, including my also. Okay, this is assume that, sir, this is yours. Now, do you know yourself? He is the best example for polymorphism. How, sir? Like, best example, sir, if you are there within the house in front of your parents. In front of your parents, if you are there at home in front of your parents. Do you know? Your words are always very innocent words are going to come. So that a college, that a school, or that a temple, this type of terminology is going to come within the house. Are you getting? Always class, or college, or book, next a template, temple, something like this type of terminology will come, sir, if you are there within the house. But if you are there outside of house with your friends, sir, with your friends, then automatically the terminology by default will be changed. Array, yesterday's brand is not good. Today we require to change the brand. Are you getting that? Array, a new brand cigarette came. We have to get that. Array, that movie compulsory release day only I have to see. Have you observed, right? Here, cigar. Okay, cigar. Next, the movie. Next, the brand. This type of terminology is going to come. Sir, the same person coming out of his native place. Outside a native place, you know, something like he came from his native place to Hyderabad. Once this person is coming to Hyderabad, complete color by default will be changed, man. They are flying automatically. Wings are going to come. Okay, complete different color. This person is going to show. Observe the terminology. Here, how many persons are there? Only one person. Only one person. In your house, one type of behavior. Outside of house, another type of behavior. Next, outside of your native place, another type of behavior. Okay, like this. This type of thing is by default considered. Yeah, polymorphism. Are you able to understand, right? What is the meaning of polymorphism? One person but multiple forms. One name but multiple forms. Is the concept of polymorphism. Okay. Well, sir, let me go for programmatic way so that you can get much clarity, right? Sir, observe. I have ABS method is there. ABS method is there. This ABS method we can use for int argument. ABS method we can use for long argument. ABS method we can use for float argument, like this, right? Sir, same name, same method name, but different argument types. No problem at all. Same name but different argument types is a concept of polymorphism, which is nothing but our overloading concept. Are you getting? Method names are same but different argument types is nothing but overloading. Overloading concept. Overloading is the best example of polymorphism, where same name but multiple argument types. Okay, well. Sir, now I have one method is there, sir. Class P in the parent class. In the parent class, marry method is there. Marry with Subbalakshmi. Assume that marry with Subbalakshmi. Like this I'm taking, sir. This is the parent class. Now I'm taking class C. Class C extends P. Class C extends P. Now I'm taking marry method. Okay, system.out.println. System.out.println. Marry method. System.out.println. Some khatirna. Like this I'm taking, sir. Do you know, if the child not satisfied with the parent method implementation, then the child is allowed to redefine that method based on its requirement. What is this concept? What is this concept? Overriding. Have you remembered? So here have you observed? Define. So method is the same. But in parent class, one implementation. But in the child class, another implementation. Same method, but multiple implementations. Are getting multiple implementations? One implementation in the parent, but second implementation in the child. This concept is nothing but what? Overriding is the best example for polymorphism. Are you able to understand, right? So what is the meaning of polymorphism? One name but multiple forms. Is the concept of polymorphism. Can you give an example for polymorphism, sir? Overloading, overriding, like this. Clear? Sir, now it is very clear what is polymorphism. Now there are two types of polymorphism is there, sir. One is static polymorphism. Static polymorphism or compile time polymorphism. Static polymorphism or compile time polymorphism or early binding. Have you remembered somewhere we discussed about these things? Sir, one is static polymorphism or compile time polymorphism or early binding. Next, the other thing is dynamic polymorphism or runtime polymorphism or late binding, right? Now, sir, do you know static, compile time or early binding? For these examples, if you consider, overloading is the example, where method resolution is going to be happen at a compile time only, at a early time only, early binding. That's why overloading is an example of compile time polymorphism. Next, method hiding. Method hiding is the example of polymorphism. Observe that. Overloading, method hiding, these are examples, right? Similarly, sir, dynamic or runtime or late binding, sir, which is the example here? just overriding is the example. Overriding is the example of dynamic polymorphism. That's all. So, what is polymorphism? Overloading and overriding. How these two things are related to polymorphism? I hope it's very clear, because here method names are same. Method names are same, but argument types are different. One name but multiple forms. Polymorphism. Here method names, method hiding, parent and child methods. Sir, both are static. In the parent one implementation, but in child class another implementation. Even in the overriding also, parent same method, same arguments, but in parent one type of implementation, but in child another type of implementation. That's why it is also considered as overriding. Clear? It's also polymorphism. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, I hope it's very clear for you what is polymorphism, right? Sir, in the internet there was one joke which is very largely circulated joke, sir, about polymorphism. Just I want to share with you people, but don't ask whether this statement is correct or not correct and so on. I'm not having any idea about this. Just have a look, just for fun sake I want to show for you, right? Have a look once. Sir, have you observed? A boy starts love with the word friendship. A boy starts love with the word friendship, but a girl ends love with the same word friendship. Are you getting? Girl ends love with the same word friendship. Word is the same, but attitude is different. This beautiful concept of oops is nothing but polymorphism. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Do you know? Even in my local language, in the local language movies, Telugu movies, right? There are several movies are there, sir. Hero is going to see heroine at bus stop. Then automatically hero is going to introduce her. Why don't you friends? Okay, today onwards, like. Then so friends only, right? She is going to accept. Then he is going to use the word friendship to start his love. In the middle, at interval time, heroine is going to come. She is going to keep wedding card in his hand, saying, "We are friends forever." Are you getting right? We are friends forever. Okay, like. So observe that word, the word friendship, to start love, to end love. Whether sir boy is going to do or girl is going to do, I don't know that. If you want, you can interchange these words also, just for fun's sake, which is more very popularly circulated in the internet world. Okay, about polymorphism, just for fun sake I'm covering. Okay, don't take it negative way, sir. Thank you.
95% they want accuracy. That means whatever they expect, that should happen.
Sir, up to this we covered polymorphism. Next, inheritance, encapsulation, right? These are three things by default considered, three building blocks of object-oriented programming. Just observe that. Sir, here, if you consider oops concept, the best topmost concepts are, one is encapsulation. Just we discussed already. Encapsulation, data hiding, abstraction, encapsulation. This is one group we covered. And then the next group we discussed, sir, inheritance. Are you getting? The next group, inheritance. Now, the next one what we covered, sir, polymorphism. Are you getting? The next group what we discussed, polymorphism, right? Now, take a bit very special care. These three concepts of oops is called three pillars of oops, sir. Three pillars of object-oriented programming. Pillars, three main important concept of object-oriented programming is these three things, right? Sir, now under encapsulation, data hiding, abstraction. So here what things we discussed, sir? The data variables declared the private. Outside person should not access our data directly. Next, in the case of abstraction, hiding internal implementation. So outside person doesn't aware our internal implementation, how we implemented, right? So this group always talks about one very important word, security. Are you getting? What is the main purpose of encapsulation? Is security, biggest advantage, right? Next, inheritance, right?
though we are
What is the
not an
biggest
expert
advantage
as
of
in
inheritance?
maths, though we
Sir, are you
not
getting?
that
We
much
can
expert at
extend
statistics.
existing
So we are
functionality
taking
with
the
some
help
more
of
extra
machines,
functionality.
because machines
Next,
are going to take it.
whatever methods
Really don't worry
present
about
inside
what is
parent
the maths
class
and what is the
automatically available to the child,
All these
we
work,
are not
what a
required to
statistician
rewrite.
requires
Correct or not?
is
Whatever
going to be
methods
taken
available
into
inside parent automatically
saying the
available
same.
to child class,
You
we
give
are
the
not
data,
required to
I'm going to
rewrite.
study the
Sir,
data.
this concept
And
is
based on the
nothing
study,
but
I'm going to use my
reusability.
Okay.
Are you getting?
So just let us
Code
take a small
reusability
practical
is
example.
the
Just a small
biggest
practical
advantage
example.
of inheritance
Okay.
concept.
Really
Remember
don't
that.
worry. Just
Next,
what is the
what is the
main
last
concept
concept, sir?
here is, I
Do you
just
know what
want
is the
to make
last
you
we
understand.
covered?
Will the
Polymorphism,
really machines
under polymorphism, overloading
Take a small
concept,
example, just a
overriding
very
concept,
small
data
toy
hiding
example.
concept, like multiple
anybody
things
give
we
any
covered, right?
ideas?
Okay.
Yes,
Sir,
anybody. You have your own
polymorphism,
own
the
idea.
biggest advantage
I'll
is
implement them.
same
Otherwise, I'll
method,
implement my own.
multiple
That's my
implementations.
idea.
Same
Anybody
method,
gives any
multiple
ideas, guys?
argument types. So programmer
If anybody
having
gives some my
more
data for
flexibility
my
because of
training,
this
I'll
polymorphism
give the
concept.
training
Are you
to
getting?
machine and ask
So
the machine to
here the
convert the data.
biggest advantage the programmer is going to get
Anybody can give any
flexibility,
ideas?
sir. Flexibility. Sir,
Okay,
same
cricket
name,
analysis.
same
I'm not
method and
saying that
name
this small
he
toy
can
data set,
use
as of
for a different type
as
of
of now, I
arguments.
want to show
Are
you
you getting?
practically.
Same method name he
Cricket
can
analysis
use
means
for
it takes
different
a lot
type of
of data.
argument. What is this
Just
concept?
only for
Overloading.
practically, just to
Next,
make understand for
same
everybody to
method
understand.
in parent one type of
Any
implementation.
ideas? Just an
The
example.
same method in child another type of implementation.
Okay, student
What is this
market
concept, sir?
analysis. Okay,
This concept
fine.
itself is nothing but
Any
what?
other ideas?
Overriding.
Give me the
Are you
data.
getting?
Can you give me the
Similarly,
data?
here
If you can
observe.
give me the data,
Same
then well and good.
reference.
Otherwise, I'll choose a
Sir,
small example
parent
for me.
reference. Parent
simple
reference can be used to hold a child object.
Okay.
Parent
I'll do one
reference
thing, guys.
can be
Just for a
used
small
to hold
understanding.
child object.
It's a
It is
small-
also
it's a small
same
toy
reference.
data set.
Any
Actually,
child
due
object
to
you can
cold,
hold. It is also
my voice may
polymorphism
not be clear,
only.
guys.
Sir,
So
best
don't think that
example.
my voice will
If
be
you
like this.
consider
So
best
my voice will be
example, if
very
you
clear
consider
actually, guys. It will be
list
very
collections
high pace
concept.
will be
Have a
there.
look once.
So today
Collection
I'm not very
under
well
that
with
list
some
is
code,
there.
so I'm not
Under
very
this
well with
list,
color. So my
array
voice is
list,
not that much.
linked list,
Okay,
vector,
small example, guys.
and then
Very small
vector,
example.
and then stack
Very
is
small
there, sir.
example.
Now
So that
observe,
anybody can understand the
list
example.
L is equal
It's a
to
toy data set.
list L is
It's a
equal
toy
to
data set means
you can
generally we can
use
play them around.
new array list,
Nothing but
new array list,
say that just
list
simply
L
we
is
can
equal
play
to
around them.
you can
We generally
use a
call it
new
as a
linked
toy
list,
data sets actually.
new vector,
Let us take an
new
example.
vector,
Tossing a
new stack, new stack.
Simple example.
Sir,
tossing
same
a coin.
reference,
I
same
want to
parent
toss a
reference,
coin,
but any
and I
child
want to
class
do some
object
kind
you
of
can
an
take. It is
analysis
also
of the
polymorphism
tossing
only,
coin.
right? So more flexibility
Actually, this is not
the
a
programmer
real-
is going to
that
get
means it is
because
not
of
going to be
polymorphism,
practically
right?
happening.
Are you able to
But just I
understand?
want to
So
make
which
you
is
understand
three
will the
concepts are
machines will
called
learn correctly?
three pillars of
Will the
object
machines will learn
oriented
or not? That is
programming.
what I want
One
to do.
is encapsulation, inheritance,
Actually,
polymorphism.
when I toss a
Encapsulation
coin,
talks
the
about
result of
security,
tossing a coin
inheritance talks
is
about
going to be
reusability,
nothing but
and the
it's a head or
polymorphism
a
talks
tail.
about flexibility.
It's a head or
You
a
people
tail.
should be aware these
we all
three
know
things
that
are called three
tossing a
pillars
coin
of
result of
object
head or tail.
oriented programming.
Is it a
Clear,
dependent,
right?
Is it a dependent feature, guys? Is it depending on anything? Will the tossing a
Hi
coin
friends,
head or tail
in the
be
last
anything?
videos we
It's actually
covered
random
very
experiment.
clearly
We
what
generally
is
call it as
encapsulation,
a random
inheritance,
experiment, what we are
polymorphism, these are three concepts, right?
Actually,
Sir,
it won't
now the
depend.
next
It won't depend
very
on
important
anything.
concept
But
what we
I'm
have to
going to
discuss,
take
a bit
I'm going to
confusion
take a
topic.
machine.
What the topic is?
Let us say that
Object
we are going to take
typecasting.
a gender
In the
object.
fundamentals we covered already primitive typecasting. Now it is object typecasting, how we can able to do that. Sir, before explaining this concept, of course, let me ask a small question. How many people are in a position to answer? Just observe that I have here I'm taking object O is equal to object O is equal to new string of Durga. Object O is equal to new string of Durga. 100% pakka it is valid because parent reference can be used to hold child class object, no problem at all. Are you getting right? Sir, now here string buffer SB is equal to string buffer SB is equal to string buffer of O, sir. String buffer SB is equal to string buffer of O like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, this is my code. Can you please tell? Here we are performing typecasting. Sir, this object type, internal string object is there. Now I'm trying to typecast to string buffer like this, right? Can you please tell, is it valid or not?
String type of data type. 0 is a text.
Yes, respond.
1 is a head.
Is it valid or not?
That means if a female
Yes.
tosses the coin, the result is text.
So,
If the gender
some people may
tosses the
feel
coin, it is a head.
compile time
For
error.
example, again 1.
Some
Again,
people
it is
may
a head.
feel
Actually, it is not a correct
runtime
text.
exception.
Yes, because
Some people
the result
may
of
feel,
the coin is
sir,
not
perfectly it is
dependent
valid,
on
sir,
male or
because we
female.
are performing typecasting. Some people may feel. If I can ask this question in my offline sessions, so out of 100, 90% of the people are going to tell, sir, it is valid. It's valid like this, right? Sir, please make sure. So, is it compile time error or is it runtime exception? Or otherwise, is it valid or not? We should be in a position to tell very confidently. Just a matter of 3 rules are there for this object typecasting. If you can aware these 3 rules, you can give left and right for such type of questions, no problem at all. Are you getting right? So those 3 rules, you people should aware. But anyway, sir, I'm not going to tell whether it is valid or not. Even I too don't know. We will discuss the 3 rules. Once the 3 rules completed, then you should be in a position to tell very confidently, sir, is it compile time error? Is it runtime exception? Or is it valid or not? Happily you can able to tell. Just observe that, sir. So now here, what is the syntax for typecasting? Have you observed? This is something like A. Assume that A. And B. This is a reference variable B. Next, it is the C. Next, it is the D. Sir, observe that. A, B, C, D. Syntax for typecasting, right? Now, what is the syntax here? Is A, B, C, D. Are you getting? This is the syntax for typecasting, right? Now, what we are doing? Observe this one. We are converting D type object to C type. Are you getting what we are doing, sir? We are converting D type object to C type, and we are assigning this C type object with the A type reference variable. Listen very carefully, sir. Very important point. We are converting D type object to C type. Now the type will become C type. Now this C type object we are assigning to A type reference variable. Okay, we are assigning with the A type reference variable, right? Now here in this typecasting, so what compiler will check? What JVM will check? Just there are 3 mantras are there. Okay, if you evade these 3 mantras, then automatically nothing will be there in the typecasting, right? Are you getting? So compiler is going to check 2 conditions. JVM is going to check only 1 condition. Total how many rules are there? 3 rules are available. In that 2 rules, 2 checkings compiler is going to perform, but 1 checking or 1 rule, JVM is the responsible to do that. Okay, well, sir, what compiler is going to check? Very simple, sir. Very simple. First, compiler will check whether this conversion is legal or not. Because we are trying to convert D type into C type. D type into C type. That's why whether this conversion is legal or not, compiler will check. Once this conversion is legal, then compiler will check is this assignment is the legal or not. Regarding this assignment itself is legal or not. These are the 2 conditions compiler will check, sir. Clear for all of you, right? Now the important point, sir, what compiler is going to check, sir? Whether this conversion is legal or not. Compile time checking 1. Compile time checking 1. Observe very carefully, sir. So the point is, sir, whether this conversion is the legal or not, how the compiler is going to decide? The type of D and C must have some relationship. Are you getting? The type of D and C must have some relationship, either parent to child or child to parent are same type. Are you getting either parent to child or child to parent are same type. If there is no relationship, then immediately compile time error you are going to get saying inconvertible types or something like that. Are you getting? Immediately compile time error you will get. So can you please repeat again? What is the first rule, sir? The type of D and the C must have some relation. Either parent to child or child to parent are same type. Otherwise, compile time error we are going to get. So this is the rule 1. What compiler is going to check, sir. Sir, now observe it carefully this example, sir. Here I am taking. Sir, here we are performing typecasting. Okay. Sir, string buffer. SP is equal to string buffer of O. Already I told this example at the beginning. Can you please tell O is what type? Please respond. O is what type? O is what type? Object type. Are you getting? O is what type? Object type. C is what? String buffer. So the type of D and the C must have some relation. Sir, object and string buffer, parent to child relationship is there. That's why happily rule 1 passed. Are you getting? Rule 1 satisfied, no problem at all. Are you able to understand, right? So compiler, what thing it is going to check, sir? The type of D and the C must have some relation. Either parent to child or child to parent are same type. If there is no relation, immediately compile time error we are going to get. Clear, right? Sir, now let me execute this example, right? Observe carefully. Here I'm taking just a class tester. Here I'm taking, sir, object O is equal to new string of Durga. I'm taking object O is equal to new string of Durga. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. String buffer SB is equal to new string buffer. Sorry, here just I'm trying to typecast, sir, string buffer of O. I'm taking, sir. Are you getting? Sir, now the type of O. What the type of O? Object and string buffer having some relation. That's why happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all. But I'm not talking about runtime. I'm talking about only compile time. First rule satisfied. Observe that carefully, sir. Here let me take this code, sir. Let me compile. Let me go to my location, current working directory. Here just Java C test.java. I'm not going to get any error because there is a relation is there. Sir, I'm not going to execute, sir. Just a compilation. Up to compilation only I'm telling. Yes, rule 1 satisfied. No problem at all, right? Sir, up to this, any doubt about rule 1? The type of D and the C must have some relation. Let me take one more example so that you may get much clarity. Here, see this one. Here I'm taking, sir, observe carefully. String S is equal to new string of Durga. I'm taking string S is equal to new string of Durga. Which reference I'm using? String reference and the string object. Internally, which object is there? String object, string reference, right? Now string buffer SB. String buffer SB is equal to string buffer of S. String buffer SB is equal to string buffer of S. Sir, have you observed? The type of D, the type of C. Sir, do you know there is no relation? S is what type? String type. String and string buffer, no relation at all. If there is no relation, immediately compile time error by default you are going to get. Are you getting the point, right? Sir, let me execute. Immediately compiler will yield left and right. Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking. Here I don't want to take this one as the object type. Let me take a string S and here I am taking S, sir. So S is a string type. And we are trying to convert string object to string buffer. There is no relationship between string buffer and a string. Immediately we are going to get error. Compile time error we are going to get, sir. Have you observed, right? What that compile time error? Incompatible types. String cannot be converted to string buffer. Incompatible type. String cannot be converted to string buffer. This is the compile time error we are going to get. Any doubt? Any doubt? Are you able to understand, right? So rule number 1, the type of D and the C must have some relation.
So my
Okay, well, sir. Now the next point. What is the second point, sir? Once this typecasting is valid,
absolutely we have
then what the compiler will check, sir? What is the compile time checking? 2. Compiler will check whether this assignment is the legal or not. Because we are trying to convert D into C type. Now it is the C type. Now this C type object we are assigning with the A type reference variable. This assignment is legal or not. Compiler is going to check, sir. So how the compiler will check? Very simple, sir. Sir, this is C type object, but we are using A type reference variable. Can you please guess, if you want to use a reference variable for an object, this reference variable can be same type or parent, because parent reference can be used to hold child class object. That's why the second rule is, so C must be either same as A or it's a child type. C must be either same as A or it's a child type. Okay, that's what you people should be aware. So C must be either same as A or it's a child type. If this condition is satisfied, then automatically, happily the code is going to be compiled. That rule is satisfied, right? By mistake, if this C is not the same as A or not it's a child type, immediately compile time error we are going to get. Observe carefully, right? Sir, now let me go for this example, sir. Have a look once. Have a look once in this example. We covered already. O is what type? Object. Object string buffer. Rule 1 satisfied. The type of D and the C must have some relation. Rule 1 satisfied. Second rule, sir. String buffer. Here string buffer. C must be either same or child type of A. C must be either same or child type of A. That's why happily this one is going to be acceptable, no problem at all. We won't get any error. Observe carefully, right? Here I'm taking, here just have a look once. So first rule 1 is already satisfied. The type of D means object and string buffer having some relation. Rule 2, sir. C is the same as A or it's a child type. C is the same as A or it's a child type. Now observe carefully. We never going to get any problems, sir. Happily the code is going to be compiled. Okay. So both conditions are satisfied in this case. So at the beginning I asked this question: is there any compile time error? Okay. No compile time error. Up to this is the clear? Now next point, sir. Let me go for one more example. Here I am taking here string S is equal to new string of Durga. I am taking string S is equal to new string of Durga, sir. Now string buffer SB is equal to string of yes. Now take very special care. String buffer SB is equal to string of yes. Like this I am taking, sir. The point here is S is what type? String type. So D, the type of D and C, some relation. Both are same, man. Rule 1 satisfied. Rule 2, the type of C must be either same or derived type of A. Sir, string is not a child class of string buffer. String is not the same as a string buffer. That's why immediately compile time error we are going to get. Sorry, man. Typecasting wise no problem, but assignment wise there is a problem. That's why I can't accept this code to compile. Like immediately compile time error we are going to get, sir. Clear for all of you, right? Now let me cross check. Here I'm taking. Sir, assume that it is the object or string. Okay, no issue. Even you can take this example also. No problem at all, sir. So the point here is, sir, this D is what type? Object type. This D is what type? Object type. Object and a string, there is a relation. So typecasting wise, no problem at all. But the problem here is string is not a child class of string buffer. String is not child class of string buffer or not same as string buffer. Immediately compatible error we are going to get. Are you getting right? What that compatible error? Incompatible type. String cannot be converted to string buffer. String cannot be converted to string buffer. This is the compatible error we are going to get. Are you in a position to understand? Compiler will check only two rules. Rule number 1, is this typecasting is satisfied, valid or not. Once typecasting is valid, then this assignment is valid or not. So how to check typecasting is valid or not? The type of the and the C must have some relation, either parent to child or child to parent. Are you getting? Or same type. Next, how you can check it is this assignment is the legal or not? This C must be either same as A or it's a child type. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. Clear up to this? Compile time checking two rules. Sir, up to this, it is very clear in typecasting what rules compiler is going to check, sir. Sir, what is the first rule? What is the first rule? The type of D and the C must have some relation, either parent to child or child to parent or same type. Otherwise, compile time error. Okay? What is the second rule, sir? This C must be either same as A or it's a child type. These are the two conditions. Who is going to check? Compiler will check. Among these two, if any condition fails, immediately compile time error we will get. Up to this is the clear, right? Sir, what JVM is going to check? At runtime, JVM is always going to check only one rule. Are you getting what is that? At runtime, JVM is always going to check only one rule. What is that rule? Is observe. Here, the internal runtime object type. Okay, sir, for which object we are taking, sir, new keyword. Internally, which object is there? Runtime object. Runtime object. The runtime object type of the internal object, original object, sir, type must be either same as a C or it's a child type. Remember this one. The runtime object type of D must be either same as C or it's a child type. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception saying class cast exception. Are you getting? Otherwise, we will get runtime exception saying class cast exception, right? So, what is the meaning of runtime object? Within a minute, you can able to get the runtime object type of D must be either same or derived type of C or child type of C. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception, class cast exception, right? Are you in the position to understand? Third rule, take a bit special care. Let me go for this example, sir. Now listen, what the meaning of runtime object you will come to know very clearly. Sir, here O is what type? Object type. O is what type? Object type. But internally, this object type pointing to which object? New keyword you use for string object. So original runtime object is what type, sir? String type. Remember this one. Original runtime object is what type? String type. String type, right? Now this original runtime object type must be either same or derived type of C. String is not the same as string buffer, not derived type of string buffer. Immediately we will get runtime exception saying class cast exception. Are you getting? Immediately we will get runtime exception saying class cast exception. Observe very carefully, because internal runtime object type string is not the same as string buffer, is not child of string buffer. That's why we are going to get this exception. Observe carefully, right? Here I am taking object O is equal to. Here just have a look once, sir. The internal runtime object type of O, sir. O, internal runtime object type of O means this is, sir. For which object we are using new keyword? What is the original object? So this is not a child of string buffer, not same as string buffer. Like, sir, let me compile this code. Happily the code is going to compile, no problem at all. Let me run this code. at runtime, immediately we are going to get class cast exception. Java.lang.string cannot be casted to Java.lang.string buffer. Okay, like we are going to get class cast exception, right? Are you in the position to understand, right? So the runtime object type of D must be either same or derived type of C. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception. Clear, right? So now let me go for one more example so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Sir, here I am taking object O is equal to new string of Durga. Object O is equal to new string of Durga. Now I'm taking here string S is equal to string of O. I'm taking string S is equal to string of O. I'm taking, sir. Rule number one. Compile time rule 1. The type of D and the C must have some relation, either parent to child, child to parent, or same type. So type of D means O, object and string having some relation, acceptable. Okay, rule 1 satisfied. Next, the second, C must be same as A or it's a child type. Yes, this rule is also satisfied. So compile time wise, no problem at all. Yet runtime, internal object type of O. Sir, which is the internal object type of O, sir? New string, sir. It is the internal runtime object type is the string. It is the same as a string only. That's why no problem. Happily this one is going to be accepted. Everyone can able to understand, right? This one itself is accepted. No problem at all. Okay. Now let me check this one, sir. Object O is equal to, sir, new string. Sir, string S is equal to string of O. Sir. So rule one. The type of D object and string relation is there. String is the same as string, acceptable. Runtime object type of O means string. It is the child. It is the same as the string only. All the three rules are satisfied. That's why happily this one is going to work, sir. Now have a look once. What is the output? Is either code is going to compile or not? Let me compile. Happily the code compiles fine. Let me run. Happily the code is going to run fine. No problem at all. Sir, if I can ask system.out.println of yes. System.out.println of yes. If I can take like this, yes, happily the code compiles fine. No problem at all. Sir, if I run this code, Durga itself is the answer we are going to get. Sir. That's all. These are three rules you people should aware about the typecasting. Sir, total how many mantras are there? 3 mantras. 2 mantras at compile time, 1 mantra at run time.
Initially, they will find a little bit difficulty in learning the things, but you can just cope up the things over the time period actually, guys. Because it's very easy to learn. It is going to be easy to learn.
Sir, in the last video we covered 3 mantras of object typecasting. I hope you people are getting very clearly, right? Sir, now let me go for a small case study, right? Sir, before that, let me review these mantras. Just have a look once. What is the syntax? 3 mantras of object typecasting. A, B, C, D. Okay, there are 3. A, B, C, D. This is the syntax, right? So, mantra 1 at compile time. The type of D and C, must have some relationship, either parent to child or child to parent or same type. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. So compiler is always going to check whether this assignment, whether this type conversion is legal or not. How it is going to check, sir? The type of D and C must have some relationship. Okay, remember this one, sir. Okay, like then, yes, so absolutely. Happily the code is going to compile. What is the next one? Mantra 2, sir. Sir, C must be either same as A or it's a child type, because we require to check whether this assignment is legal or not. This is C must be either same or derived type of A. Otherwise, we will get compile time error. So these are 2 things compiler is always going to check, sir. Sir, at runtime, what is the rule? rule, at runtime mantra 3, at runtime sir. So the internal object type of B, the underlying original object type of B must be either same or derived type of C. Must be either same or derived type of C. Otherwise, we will get runtime exception saying class case exception. Yes, all these three rules I covered very clearly, not required to keep much explanation. So based on these rules, let me go for a small case study so that you will get much clarity, right? Observe that carefully, sir. Here, sir, object class is there. For this object, I am creating two child classes, base 1 and base 2. Base 1 is a direct child of object, base 2 direct child of object. For base 1, I am creating two child classes, derived 1 and derived 2. For base 2, derived 3 and derived 4, like these things I created, right? So now, here first, what I am taking is base 2, B is equal to new derived 4. Observe carefully, base 2, B is equal to new derived 4. Sir, base 2 is the parent class of derived 4. That's why parent reference can be used to hold child class object, no problem, right? Parent reference can be used to hold child class object, acceptable. Okay, well. So now my question is, derived 4, B is equal to derived 4 of B. Is it valid or not? Sir, this is the first one we required to check. Can you please cross check? Rule number 1. Rule number 1. The type of B and the C must have some relation. Sir, here B is what type? Base 2. Base 2 and the derived 4. Is there any relation? Base 2 derived 4. Parent to child relationship is there. That's why no problem. Rule 1 satisfied. Second rule, C must be either same as A or it's a child type. Derived 4, same as derived 4. Yes, both are same. Rule number 2 also satisfied. Rule number 3, the internal runtime object type, runtime object of B. B, internally which object is there? Derived 4. It should be either same or child of derived 4. Yes, same. That's why related to first one, we never going to get compatible error. We never going to get runtime exception because all the rules are satisfied. Clear, right? Sir, let me show this one. Observe carefully, right? Have a look once. Here, I took already B1 and B2. Both are child class of object. Next, derived 1, derived 2 are child class of base 1. Next, derived 3, derived 4 are child class of base 2. Now, base 2 B is equal to new derived 4. Sir, first condition we are checking. Derived 4 D is equal to derived 4 of B. Perfectly itself is valid, sir, because all the three rules are satisfied. Okay, now let me cross check here. Sir, observe carefully. Happily the code compiles fine. Happily the code compiles fine. Happily the code runs fine. Happily the code runs fine. We never facing any problems, sir. Happily the code compiles fine and runs fine. So first one, no problem at all. Okay, well. Sir, what is the second rule? Second example, sir. Can you please observe? Base 1 B1 is equal to base 1 of B. Base 1 of B. Rule 1. The type of B and C must have some relation. The type of B means base 2. Base 2 and base 1, no relation. Base 2 and base 1, there is no relation. Immediately, rule 1 only fails. Comparative error we will get. Regarding rule 1 itself fails comparative error because B is what type? Base 2. Base 2, base 1. No relation. Comparative error we will get, sir. Observe that carefully. Here, second one, sir. Base 1, B1 is equal to base 1 of B. So B is what type, sir? Base 2 type. And this is the base 1. No relation at all. That's why immediately compatible error we are going to get. Are you getting right? Incompatible type base 2 cannot be converted to base 1. Yeah, beautiful, sir. This is the compatible error we are going to get. Okay, well, second case, right? Now the third one, observe that. Third one, base 2 B2 is equal to base 2 of B, sir. B is what type? B is what type? Base 2 type. Base 2, base 2. Oh, relation is there. Base 2, same as base 2. Satisfied.
as well as
runtime
whatever
object
class
type
wants
of
to
B,
be there, we will
derived
have
4.
to type it down.
Derived 4 is the child of base 2. Oh,
And
all
I'm
the
going to
3
share
rules
that
are
particular
satisfied
whiteboard, whatever I'm
perfectly.
typing
This
here.
one is
Everything is going to
acceptable.
be shared,
Remember,
and all the
let me
POCs and
cross check.
assignments also
Is it
will be
acceptable or
automatically
not? Base 2,
So payment
base
wise, you
2
have to
B2 is
discuss with
equal to
because of
base 2
the,
of B.
because
Base 2
I was
B2 is equal
concerned
to
only, I was the
base 2 of B.
consultant trainer, I was
Perfectly.
a consultant
Itself is
trainer. So
acceptable.
my
The code compiles fine.
concern is only
Next and
about
after that, the code runs fine. We are not going to face any compile time error or any runtime error because of this one. Okay, well, sir, it is acceptable.
Okay.
Now, the next terminology, yes, it is one. Object O is equal to derived 3 of B, sir. Yes, B is what type? Base 2. Base 2 derived 3. Is there any relation? Yes, friends. Base 2 derived 3. Parent to child relationship is there. That's fine. So rule 1 satisfied. Second one, derived 3 is the child of object. Derived 3 is the child of object. Second rule also satisfied. The internal object B. B is internal object is derived 4. Derived 4 is not the same as derived 3, is not child of derived 3. Immediately we are going to get runtime exception. Immediately we will get runtime exception saying class test exception. Everyone can able to understand? Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking. So object O is equal to derived 3 of B, sir. Object O is equal to derived 3 of B. Immediately error by default, of course. So no compile time error but at runtime class cast exception. Derived 4 cannot be converted to derived 3. Clear, right? So we are going to get runtime exception, sir. Last case, observe carefully. What is the last case we are going to get? Base 2 B3 is equal to base 1 of B. Can you please tell B is what type? Base 2. Base 2 and base 1, sorry, no relation at all. Base 2 and base 1, sorry, no relation at all. That's why this one is immediately compile time error we are going to get. So base 2 cannot be converted to base 1. Okay, have a look once. Base 2 cannot be converted into base 1 because B is what type, sir? Base 2 type. B is what type? Base 2 type. Base 2 and base 1, there is no relation at all. That's why immediately we will get compile time error. Are you getting? What is that error? Incompatible type. Base 2 cannot be converted to base 1. That's all, sir. So if you obey these 3 rules, you can, sir, perform, you can, sir, validate any type of typecasting whether it is valid or not. Compiler is going to check 2 things. JVM is always going to check only 1 thing. That's all. Typecasting rules are very clear for all of you, right? That's what you people should be aware. For the exam sake, very important concept. Okay, for our Java certification exam.
Yes, absolutely.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Sir, what type of job roles one can expect after learning data science?
Yes.
Sir, to answer questions from typecasting, another point you people should be aware, sir. Of course, same point whatever I covered now. Have a look once. Here, A is the parent, B is the child, next and after that C is the next level child. B is the parent of C, A is the parent of B, sir. Now have a look once. Here C is equal to new C I'm taking. Can you please tell which object we are creating? Please respond. Which object we are creating? Runtime object is C. Which reference we are using? C type of reference. Now this is the C object. C type of reference variable is there. Okay. Now, is it possible to typecast to the B type or not? Yes, ma'am. No problem at all. So, do you know child happily typecasted to parent type? Even if you are trying to typecast to the parent type, we are not required to check any typecasting rules also. Straightforward, it is acceptable. Okay, now see, trying to typecast to the B. Can you please tell this total is what type? B type. This total is what type? B type. B type. Remember this one. But internal object is what type? C type. Okay. The type we are trying to convert C into B type. That's why this is a B type reference, B type reference, C type runtime object, C type runtime object. So you people should be aware, sir. Sir, internally this reference is what type, runtime object is what type, like this, right? Similarly, sir, now see, I'm trying to typecast to the B. Now this total is what type? B type. Now this total, I'm trying to typecast to the A type. Regarding this total, I'm trying to typecast to the A type, right? Now, sir, just observe carefully, sir. This total is what type? So it is A type. This total is what type? A type. But internal object is what type? Internal object is what type? Internal object is always what type, sir? C type only. Remember that. So in typecasting, reference variable type will be changed, but not runtime object. Is it clear? This knowledge must be required to answer some questions related to certification. Okay, of course, sample questions I will show for you so that you people can feel more comfortable. Be ready for that.
When you are going to start?
Sir, in the last videos we covered the 3 mantras related to typecasting and even a case study. Now you are very clear, confident about typecasting, right? Sir, now the next thing what I have to discuss, because of typecasting, internally a new object will be created or not. Regarding just on perform typecasting, internally, because of this typecasting, what will happen? That thing we should aware. Sir, just observe carefully, right? I have string S is equal to new string of Durga. String S is equal to new string of Durga. I have one string object is there. Okay, like, sir, object O is equal to sir, here I'm taking object of yes. No problem, of course. In this assignment, typecasting is not required anyway. Don't worry. Sir, I'm doing some typecasting. Is it acceptable or not? Yes, all the 3 rules are satisfied. String and object having some relation. Object and object, same type. Internal object string is the child of object only, acceptable, right? Sir, because of this typecasting, internally, what thing is happening? Regarding what thing is happening? Is it going to create a new object or not? Yes, that's what you people should be aware. So, because of typecasting, object typecasting, we are not going to create any new object. For the existing object, we are trying to provide a new reference variable. Sir, what it means? Can you please explain with an example? Then you can able to understand. Sir, very simple. String S is equal to new string of Durga, sir. Here, just I'm taking Durga. Just I'm taking Durga like. Now, S is the reference variable. Sir, first line is okay. String S is equal to like. Object O is equal to object of S. What thing is happening? Because of this typecasting, new object won't be created for the existing object. Another type of reference variable will be assigned. Sir, here this S is what type, sir? String type. Okay, one variable is already there with the string type. Now, for the existing object, another variable will be assigned. Object O is equal to like this. Now, can you please confirm how many objects are there? How many objects are there? Only one object. But how many reference variables are there? 2 reference variables, right? So, because of object typecasting, so just the type we are changing, but not the object. Internal object is always same object only. We are not creating any new object. Just from string type to object type, we are changing. Just the type of reference variable we are changing. Clear, right? Sir, where is the proof? How you can conclude? Very simple. Very simple. In the next line, system.out.println, yes sir, double equal to O. Yes sir, double equal to O. So when double equal operator returns true, if both are pointing to the same object, if both are pointing to the same object, then it's always going to return true sir. Now obviously in this case both are pointing to the same, that's why true is the answer we are going to get. Let me cross check. Let me cross check here. So let me write the code sir. String s is equal to new string of Durga. String s is equal to new string of Durga I'm taking. Now here just this is the string s is equal to new string. Object O is equal to sir object of yes I'm taking sir. Object O is equal to object of yes sir. Sir now system dot out dot println system dot out dot println yes sir double equal to O I'm taking sir. If I can take s double equal to O sir, is am I creating any new object, or for the existing object am I providing new reference variable? For the existing object we are trying to provide new reference variable. That's why what is the answer we are going to get? True itself is the answer. Have a look once sir. If you observe what answer we are going to get, true itself is the answer we have to get sir. Let me run simple answer. True itself is the answer. So the important conclusion, because of typecasting, internally a new object won't be created. For the existing object, a new type of reference variable will be assigned. Any doubt? Any doubt? Are you in a position to understand, right? Same. Let me go for one more example so that you people can get much clarity, right? Have a look once about this example, sir. Here I'm taking integer I is equal to integer I is equal to new integer of 10 sir. Integer I is equal to new integer of 10. So we are creating integer object at 10. Sir, what is the type of reference variable, sir? Integer I. Okay, like this. Now I want to typecast this integer object into number type. Number n is equal to number of I sir. Number n is equal to number of I. So number is the parent class of integer. All the three rules are satisfied because of this typecasting. Because of this typecasting, new object won't be created. For the existing object, another reference variable will be added. Number type n like this. Okay, well, so now I'm taking object O is equal to object O is equal to object of n. Okay, this number type again I'm trying to typecast to the object. What will happen, sir? For the same object, sir, object type reference variable also will be assigned. Are you able to understand the point, right? Okay, sir, can you please tell, we are doing multiple times typecasting, but internally for every typecasting a new object not created, a new reference variable will be created, sir. So because of typecasting, a new object is not going to be created. Sir, how many objects are there? Only one object. Only one object. Internally this object is what type? Integer object. Are you getting integer? But for this integer object, how many reference variables are there, sir? 3 reference variables are there. Clear, right? Can I execute this code and can I prove that? Yes, very simple. Very simple. System dot out dot println I double equal to n. I double equal to n. Or system dot out dot println n double equal to O. System dot out dot println O double equal to I. So all the 3 references point into the same object. That's why if you can use double equal operator between any references, immediately you are going to get true is the answer. Because double equal operator is always meant for what? Reference comparison. Clear, right? Sir, let me execute this code. Observe carefully. Observe a bit very carefully about this one. Here I'm taking integer I is equal to new integer of 10, sir. Integer I is equal to integer of 10. Now number n is equal to number of
I
I.
think all of you
Next,
have an idea about
object
that.
O is
So
equal to
upgrade, late learning.
object
So there are
of
going to be,
object O is equal to
like
object of
Hyderabad.
n,
So these are
n
going to
like
be
this,
some
right?
of the
Sir, first
top
one,
programming,
I
the top
double
training
equal to
programming for
n.
this particular
I
data
double
set.
equal to n.
And,
Next,
couple of years back,
n
almost
double
in
equal to
2019 I completed.
O, sir.
So
N
now
double
they have
equal to
added
O.
a lot
Sir,
of courses
O
also.
double
Like it
equal
has
to
added
I, sir.
a lot of
Okay.
courses. And
Sir,
all these
now
are
you can
incorporated with some
compare
other
any
corporate
two
companies.
references. So the output
Directly
is
this
always we
upgrade,
are going to
whatever,
get
even,
true
the
only
great learning
because
or even
internally
upgrade,
all
it
the
says
three
that
references point
certification is
into
from
the
IIT
same
Hyderabad or
object.
IIT
Everyone
Bangalore
can
or
able to
IIT
understand,
Chennai,
right? So I
IIT
hope it's a
Madras.
very clear for you people, right?
It is only with
Because of
collaboration actually.
typecasting,
So we'll be,
internally
the
new
trainings-
object
the
going to
trainings
be
are going to be from the
created.
IIT
Clear?
faculties, but it is going to be maintained and completely handled by some other corporate companies like
Sir, in the last
my
videos
program
we
is from,
covered what is the typecasting,
we
what
have
are
a great
rules,
learning,
internal
some
things,
brands.
right?
So these are all some
Now
kind
the
of a
possible
corporate company.
practice questions
So
for
we
the
should
exam,
able to
just
click
observe.
into the
Sir,
training
just
complete.
here I'm taking, here I'm taking
Yeah, faculty members
parent
are
class is there,
the
sir.
complete faculty members
Parent class contain
because the
M1
classes
method.
itself is from Tripoli.
Assume parent class contain M1 method.
The campus
Child class contain, child class contain M2 method. Observe, parent class contain which method? M1 method. Child class contain M2 method, right? Now, sir, here my target is child C is equal to new child. I'm creating which object? Child class object, child type reference variable, right? Now, which things are valid? Which things, which of the following method calls are valid? You have to tell. C dot M1, C dot M2, C dot M1, C dot M2. This is C, we are trying to typecast to the parent. Child is always trying to typecast to the parent. Now, dot M1. This is C, we are trying to typecast to the parent, dot M2. That's all. Can you please tell which are valid, which are invalid? These method calls according to this scenario, right? Can you please guide? Can you please confirm? Which are valid and which are invalid, right? Okay? Sir, take a bit very special care about this terminology. Sir, child reference, child object. On the child reference, the method which is available in the parent class, happily you can call. On the child reference, both the parent and child class methods we can call. That's why it is acceptable, it is also acceptable, right? Okay, well. Next, sir, this is C, we are trying to typecast to the P type. Whenever we are typecasting to the P type, now the type will become parent type, but internal object is the child type only. Now parent type. On the parent type, the method available in the parent class, happily you can call, no problem at all. Are you getting? On the parent reference, happily the method present inside parent class, you can call, no problem, right? Next, this C is what type? Of course, C typecast into P. Now it is the parent type. On the parent type, child specific method, you can't call immediately comparative method we are going to get. Have you remembered in the inheritance somewhere I covered? Parent reference can be used to hold child class object. Internally, whenever you are trying to typecast to the P type, now the type of reference will become parent type. Sir, on the parent type, how you can call child specific method, even though internal object is the child type. Okay, like immediately error we are going to get. Sir, do you know, for this, internally what thing is happening is, parent P is equal to new child. So, can you please typecast to C into parent type means, so for the child object, we are providing parent reference. On that reference, we are calling P. Okay, child specific method, immediately comparative method we are going to get. Remember this one. So, maybe a chance to ask these type of questions, right? Sir, consider this scenario. Sir, which of the following method calls are valid? We should be in a position to answer. Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Sir, I have parent class contain M1 method. Next, child class contain M2 method, right? Now C is equal to new child, C dot M1, C dot M2, like this, right? Sir, all the four things I took, but which method calls are invalid? Only last one is invalid. But the reason you know already. Observe the comparative error. Observe the comparative error. Cannot find symbol M2 for class P. Sir, it is the P type. On the P type, M2 method is not there because M2 method is the child specific method which is not visible to the parent, like this. Sir, if I comment this line, perfectly itself is valid, no problem. Now the corresponding output we are going to get, sir. Don't worry about this one. Clear? Are you in the position to understand? This is the first possible question for the exam sake practice. You should have clear clarity, right? Okay.
So sometimes we have to
Sir, just aware the next practice question here. See,
same as it is, we are going to get some
A
workshops on,
class
like, for
contain
example, I will
M1
be
method
frequent workshops
which
on
can
R
take
So R
system
is a
dot
part
out dot
our
println
course.
of A.
So
Oh,
that
A class
particular
contain M1 method which
you have to
print
cover
SOP statement to print A.
We'll cover some around 3-4 hours.
B
We'll cover
is the child class of A.
from 9
B is the child of A.
which is going to be
B also contain M1. B also contain M1 method. Oh, parent and child class contain same method, same signature. Which concept? Overriding. Overriding. Now it is going to print B. SOP of B. Sir, C is the child of B. It is going to print C. Are you getting C is the child of B? It will print what? C, sir. Now my question is, have you observed, right? It is the overriding. Same method M1 available in the A class, available in the B class, available in the C class, right? Now the question is something like this. Sir, C is equal to new C we are creating. C is equal to new C. C dot M1, C dot M1. C, I'm trying to typecast to B type. C, I'm trying to typecast to B type, B type, B type. So if I'm trying to typecast to the B type, this is C. I'm trying to typecast to the B type dot M1, M1. Next, this is C, trying to typecast to the B type. This total trying to typecast to A type dot M1, like this. Yes, friends. Can you please tell what is the output in the first case? What is the output in the second case? What is the output in the third case? First case. First, what is this concept? Is it overriding or not? Overriding. In overriding, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Don't get confused. In overriding, method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. If it is the overloading compiler, but it is overriding JVM based on runtime object. Sir, now here runtime object is the C. Even you are performing typecasting, but runtime object is always C type only. Even we are trying to typecast to A type, but runtime object is always C only. Even for all these cases, runtime object is always C. That's why C class method only will get the chance based on runtime object. Are you getting? In overriding, method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Whether you are calling C.M1, trying to typecast C to the B.M1, or trying to typecast C to the A and then call M1, in all cases, only C class method will get the chance because in overriding, method resolution is always takes care by JVM based on runtime object. Clear, right? Let me execute this code, sir. Observe carefully. Observe a bit very carefully. Here class A, public void M1, A, system.out.println of A. Class B extends A, public void M1, SOP of B. Class C extends B, public void M1, SOP of C. So every class contains M1 method, and B the child of A, C the child of B, and everything is going to print the corresponding class name. Now C is equal to new C dot M1, trying to typecast to the B and then call M1. C I'm trying to typecast to B, B I'm trying to typecast to A and then call M1, like this, right? Now
So
Have a
deep
look
learning is a
once.
little bit
Happily
higher
the
level
code
to
compiles
discuss.
fine.
So
What is the
generally
output by
three
default
methods
you are going to
functions.
get? C,
Basically
C is the
for
answer.
So
C,
anyhow,
C,
in our
C
actual
itself
classes
is the
also, we'll
answer
be having a
because in
complete
all
writing a
cases,
complete
which
introduction to
method
all
got
of them
executed, sir?
So don't
Sir,
worry,
child
just
class
treat it like a
method
workshop
only
just to give some
based
idea.
on runtime
So mainly,
object.
as
Clear?
part of our
Next,
full
one
stack
more
data
small
science
point
course,
because you should
whatever
aware
the
in
tools that are
typecasting,
going to be
no
required.
new
So I'm
object.
just giving some
Object is
idea.
always
What are the
same,
tools
but
that
we are
we are
trying
going
to
to learn?
provide just a reference
What are the different
variable.
techniques we are
Reference
going to learn?
variable type
I'll
will be
just give you
changed,
some
but not
course
internal
details
object.
so that
Okay,
you
well.
can get some idea.
Sir, now what I want to
Generally, I
do,
don't prefer
I want to
to
make a
use,
small
I
change.
don't prefer
What
to
is my
use,
change is?
this one
Let me
means,
declare
I don't
all
prefer
these
to use
methods,
any presentations
static, sir.
basically. Okay, we'll use the
Let me take
presentations.
all these
Basically,
methods are
presentations are
static.
basically
Parent
used
class,
basically
child
for,
class methods,
corporate
both are having
level
same
training. We use
signature,
we
same
use
name,
a
same argument,
particular,
but both are static.
But
What
as
is this
part of
concept?
our training program, mostly we are not
Respond, man.
using
What is this concept?
any
Somewhere
such
we
kind of
covered. Oh,
application.
table also I
Presentations
showed,
are
right?
very less.
Method hiding. What is this concept? Method hiding. In method hiding, method resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Remember, if it is the overriding, method resolution is always based on runtime object. But if the method hiding static, compiler is the responsible to perform method resolution. Okay, based on reference type. Okay, in the first case, which reference? C reference, C class method. C, we are trying to typecast to the B. Now reference type is B. That's why B is the answer. Next, we are trying to typecast C to the B, B to the A. Final type is A, but internal object is the C, but reference type is A. That's why A is the answer. So what is the output we are going to get, sir? C, B, A itself is the answer. Clear for you people, right? Okay, just let me cross check. Observe carefully. Here same, but only thing is, let me declare static for every method. Same example. Let me take static. Let me take static for every method. Okay. Now method calls are always the same as the previous example only, right? Sir, earlier we got CCC, but suddenly output by default will be changed, sir. CBA is the answer we have to get. CBA is the answer we have to get because it is the method hiding. In method hiding, method resolution is always takes care by compiler based on reference type. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand clearly? Okay. Sir, just one more possible bit related to object typecasting. Here, see this one. Here I am taking A, B, and then C. How many classes are there? 3. C is the child of B, B is the child of A. Now, here I am taking int x is equal to 777. Int x is equal to 777. B, int x is equal to 888. Int x equals 888. C contain int x is equal to 999. Oh, every class contain a variable with the same name but different values, right? Now, sir, C is equal to new C, system.out.println C.x. System.out.println C, we are trying to typecast to the B dot x. Sir, C, we are trying to typecast to the B dot x. System.out.println C, we are trying to typecast to the B, and this one we are trying to typecast to the A dot x. So now, can you please tell what is the output we are going to get now? Please confirm. What is the answer we are going to get? Sir, please make sure you should aware. In the last videos I covered very clearly.
what is
variable resolution
So generally before
is always based on reference type, but not based on runtime object. Overriding concept not applicable for variables. Variable resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type, but not based on runtime object. Sir, it never going to worry about runtime object. Sir, C is what type of reference? C type. That's why 999 is the answer. Okay, well, now see, we are trying to typecast to the B type, B type. So what is the answer? B variable 888. Next C trying to typecast to the B trying to typecast to the A. Sir, what is this? X is 777 because A class variable, right? So sir, over what we call variable resolution always takes care by compiler based on reference type, but not based on runtime object, because overriding concept is not applicable for variables. Remember that? Let me show this example here. Same example I'm taking. Sir, class A int X, class B extends A, class C extends B, class test C is equal to like this, right? Now let me execute this code. If I can take this, if I can take, happily the code compiles fine. What the answers are? 999, 888, 777, 999, 888, 777, like this, right? So typecasting a bit very important terminology. You people should aware clearly. Up to this clear, right?
Really, you don't require to write any program to the machine. You just give your requirement. You just give your requirement. Machines can automatically program itself. That means the machines has got the ability over that time period. Over that time period. So we're giving a logic to the machine. This is the logic which we have to give to find out some of the given two numbers.
Java source file structure, very important, sir. What is that? Can I spell out? Java source file structure. Okay, here we have to talk about package statement, import statement, all these things will come in the picture. Very important. Slowly we are entering into next level of Java. Means basics completed. Now the second module is ready to start. Sir, you require to take a bit special care about these things, right? Sir, now I have one small doubt, sir. What's my doubt is, in Java program, sir, we write several Java programs. In Java program, how many classes we can take? Can you spell out? How many classes we can take? Is it only one class, or can I take any number of classes? Is it only one class, or can I take any number of classes? Yes, make sure. In Java program, we can take any number of classes, no problem at all. Suppose I'm writing a program, sir. Yes, class A. Class A. Next class B. I'm taking. Next class C. Okay. Class D I'm taking, sir. So total A, B, C, D. Like this, four classes are available, right? Okay. Now, sir, this total is a single Java program. Remember this one. A Java program can contain any number of classes. Don't feel, sir, it is applicable. It allowed only one class. No, any number of classes we can take. Okay, well, sir, how many classes are there? A, B, C, D. Like 4 classes are there. Can you please tell which class name I want to use for this program name? Can I use A.Java? Or can I save this program with the B.Java name? Or can I save this program with the C.Java name? Or can I save this program with the Durga.java? Have you observed Durga.java? Durga class is not there yet. Can I save this one with the Durga.java? Yes, please confirm. Based on which rule we have to give the name for this Java program. Sir, very simple for you people. Okay. Here, for this example, you can use any name, no problem at all. Are getting any name, no problem at all. Sir, what is the rule to name a Java program? Sir, very simple. A Java program can contain any number of classes. Any number of classes, no problem at all. How many public classes we can take? Have you observed? How many public classes we can take? Sir, you are taking several classes and any name you can use, no problem at all. How many public classes we can take? Sir, make sure even it contain several classes, but a Java program can contain at most one public class. Are you getting what is the word? At most one public class. What is the meaning of at most one? Either 0 or 1. Sir, 0 number of public classes are allowed. Or if you want to take one public class is allowed. At most one public class. By mistake, more than one public class if you declared in the same Java program, compiler will give left and right. Remember that syntactical mistake it is. Sir, how many public classes are allowed? Only one public class is allowed. More than one public class if you are trying to take, immediately compile error by default you are going to get. I hope everyone can able to understand, right? Okay. Sir, now if I can take, if there is no public class, assume if there is no public class, any name we can use for Java program. Any name you can use for Java program, no problem at all. But if there is a public class, assume that class B is the public, sir. Class B is the public. Compulsory. The name of the Java program should be b.java only. Are you getting compulsory? Name of the Java program should be b.java only. By mistake, if you are using any other name, immediately compile time error we are going to get. Remember that. Sir, let me repeat again so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Sir, here observe, a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared the public. If there is no public class, if there is no public class, any name you can use, no problem at all. But if there is a public class, compulsory name of the public class, name of the program must be same. If a class B is the public, the name of the program should be b.java only. Is it clear for all of you, right? Sir, now let me show a small example so that you people can aware much clearly, right? Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking.
And if input is 5 and input is 10, output should be 11.
Here I want to take a separate Java code. Here observe that, sir. I am taking class A. Okay, class A. Next and after that class B. Next class C I am taking. Next class D I am taking, sir. Have you observed? Class A, class B, class C, class D. Sir, how many classes are available? Can you please tell how many classes are there? 4 classes are available. Which name I can use for this program? Because there is no public class. We can use any name for Java program, no problem at all. Any name you can use, no restrictions, right? That's why I want to save this name, this file as durga.java. Acceptable or not? Why not? Happily you can take. Here just observe. I want to save, sir, I want to save this program. Yes, I want to save this program. Yes, here observe that Durga.java. I'm taking, sir, Durga.java. Like this I'm taking. Have you observed? Sir, now which name I used? If you observe at the bottom you can able to see Durga.java. Are you getting at the bottom you can able to see Durga.java, right? Now let me compile this code, sir. Let me compile this code. Here D colon Durga classes. Here let me compile Java C. What is the name of the program? Durga.java. Perfectly it's going to work, no problem at all, sir. Yes, happily the code compiles fine. There is no syntactical mistake. That's why itself is acceptable, right? Suppose if I declare B as the public, I want to declare B class as the public. If I declare B as the public, what will happen, sir? Observe that. If I declare B as public, compulsory name of the program should be b.java only. By mistake, if you are using any other name, immediately error you are going to get. Have you observed, right? Class B is the public. Compulsory name should be b.java, but I used the name Durga.java. Are you getting? I used the name Durga.java. That's why. So take a bit special care. Now if I can ask the compiler will give left and right. Hey Durga, class B the public should be declared in a file named b.java, but you are saving inside Durga.java. Sorry, I can't accept this code to compile. Like observe carefully, right? Now here just have a look once. Now I'm trying to compile Java C Durga.java. Immediately compatible method we are going to get. Have you observed? Class B is public, should be declared in a file named b.java. Class B is public, should be declared in a file named b.java. This is the compatible method we are going to get, sir. So to avoid this compatible error, I have to save this program as b.java. If I save this program as b.java, happily the code is going to compile. Have a look once. Have a look once. I'm trying to compile. I'm trying to save as b.java. b.java. A user which name, sir? b.java. Now I hope you can able to see. You can able to see what is the name I used? b.java. Are you getting? Now let me compile this code b.java. Let me compile this code b.java. Java C, b.java. Happily the code compiles fine. There is no problem at all. So the important conclusion is a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared as public. So more than one public class is not allowed, because so public means outside person can access. So that the outside person only one class should be exhibited. Remember this one. So a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class can be declared as public. Remember, if there is a public class, the name of the public class, name of the program must be matched. If there is no public class, then we can use any name for Java program, no restrictions, right? Are you able to understand, right? Suppose if I can take two public classes, immediately compiler will get left and right, because more than one public class in the same program not allowed. Correct, right? Sir, now B is already public. C also I want to declare as the public, sir. Observe that. C also I want to declare as the public. Now, how many public classes are available? Please respond. How many public classes are there? Public class B, public class C. Okay. What is the name of the program we used? b.java. So public class b.java, no problem. But the problem is public class C. So immediately error we are going to get about this C class. C is public, must be declared inside C.java. But why you are taking inside b.java, like that compatible error we are going to get. Clear, right? Sir, let me compile. Here, have you observed? Immediately compatible error. Class C is public, should be declared in a file named C.java. Class C is public, should be declared in a file named C.java. This is the compatible error by default we are going to get. Everyone in the position to understand, right? So a Java program can contain any number of classes, but at most one class declared as the public. If there is a public class, name of the public class, name of the program must be matched. If there is no public class, you can use any name for Java program, no restrictions, right? Are you getting? So is it possible to declare more than one public class in the same program? No. By mistake, if you are trying to declare, immediately error by default you are going to get. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, next, whenever I ask this question, which name I want to use for this program, whenever I ask this question, most of the people are going to feel, sir, the class which contain main method, that class name we have to use, sir, for the file name. So the class which contain main method, under name of the program, there is no relation at all. So then, which two things are related? Public class name and the name of the program. These two are related, but the class which contain main method and the name of the program, there is no relation at all. Even for that also, I want to clarify a small point right here. Listen carefully, sir. Okay, well.
So they will collect some information from us.
Now, here just observe that. I want to take
You are maintaining
a small another program, just a matter of 5 minutes. Take very special case, sir. I have one program is there.
How much salary you are getting?
Class
How much
A.
salary is credited in your account?
Are you getting? I have
How
one
much
program, class
expenditures
A.
you have? How much savings amount
Public
you are having?
static,
So we have a complete
void,
behavior of the
main method, string array args.
The banks, all this business is
Now,
not only trying to do the
system
business
dot
with
out
the
dot
customer,
println.
they are trying to understand
A
the business,
class
customer
main.
behavior also. So how the customer behavior
This is which class, right?
So what kind of nature
A
the
class
person is.
main method.
Banks knows about
Now,
whenever we do some investment or
class
whenever I do some
B,
kind of an investment,
public
savings.
static void
So
main
if I
method,
maintain some FDs or if I maintain
string
some RDs,
array
they'll
args.
study them actually.
I'm taking
This is a
public static void
characteristic
main.
of this particular person.
Now,
Based on
system
that,
dot
they will
out dot
estimate anything.
println
You do some kind of a prediction,
B class main.
etc. They'll try to understand our behavior.
Are you getting B class main?
So the
Okay.
roads
So
department
this is
so they
A
want
class
to
main,
give some
B
kind
class
of a-
main.
the
Now,
main idea here is the main
class
target is to
C
give
I'm
the
taking.
loan. But not
Public
only giving
static
the loan,
void
before
main,
giving a loan, first of
string
all, they
array
want to have an
args,
estimation.
string array
Whether
args.
the really
Now,
the customer can
system
repay
dot
their
out dot
loan,
println
whether he was
C
capable to
class
repay their
main.
loan or not.
Like this I'm taking, sir.
Banks will look at two things, guys.
So,
Simply
how many
giving the
classes
loan.
are there?
After
Three.
that, if they are
A
unable to
class
recover the amount
contain
from
A
the
class
customer,
main method,
so they will
B
be
class main method, C class main method.
So what the
One
fact
more
people are
class I'm
saying here
taking,
is, over
class
the time
D, sir.
period, we have a lot of customers.
Now observe. Total, how many classes are there? 4 classes are there. Now can you please
So we have
tell,
some default
this total
we are
is a
having
single
a total
program only. Assume single
So what
program
the
only.
banks people say
Can you
today,
please guide
what about the
which
past customers
name
are there? These are
I have
past
to use for
customers
this
actually.
program?
These are our past customers actually.
Yes,
So
friends.
over that 10 PS period or 20
Think a
years
bit
or
very
30 years,
carefully
we are maintaining
and
it.
then
We are
tell
given
the
loans to
answer.
so many customers.
Which name
These are our
I
past
have to use for
customers'
this
data.
program?
So what has been happening
Either
now
A
we know.
dot Java, B dot Java, C dot Java, D dot Java, or any name.
If you study this
Huh?
data, actually,
Why you are thinking? Any
nowadays,
name? Can I use
we
any
all
name?
know this, guys. We are
Yes,
living in the age
yes,
of
you
data.
can use
These
any
current
name, no
What
problem
is
at all.
our era is going to
What
be
is the
our
reason
data
for
era
that?
actually.
Yes, there
We
is
are
no
living in the
public
age
class.
of a data age.
If there is no public class,
Everything
any name
is
you can
driven
use.
only by the data.
Now,
Every
I
day
want
we
to
do a lot of
use
work only by using
name of the
data.
program as
So from
Durga
the
dot
past customers'
Java.
data, if you analyze their
Perfectly
behavior,
acceptable.
you can
Are you
get some
getting?
information
I'm
from
taking
it.
Durga
Why
dot
don't you
Java.
study the past
Perfectly
customers'
acceptable, right? Because there is no
study the
public
past
class.
customers'
Are you
data,
getting?
you will
So
be
the
getting some
class which
idea
contain
about
main method,
So who could
name
be
of the
the
program,
defaulters that
no
could be
relation
wrong?
at all. Remember this one.
You can get
So
some idea.
any name you can use because
So what
there
the
is no
fact people
public
thought
class.
is,
Okay,
why
well.
don't you analyze the
Now
past
I
customers'
want to
data?
compile.
And why
Then
don't you study
immediately you
them?
ask,
And based on
sir,
some insights,
a
we
program
are going to
contain
get some
these
kinds
many
of insights
classes.
will come.
Every class
Why
contain
don't
main
you do
method.
some kind
If
of
I run this program,
So
which
we
main
get
method
some
has to execute? That
Yes,
thing you
some
should
years
have
back,
clear
some
clarity.
years back,
Here,
this-
I want to compile
this
this
task
code.
was assigned to
Observe
do some kind of an
Java C,
automations or a
Java C,
statistics.
Durga dot Java.
Absolutely, some years before,
Java
around
C,
10, 15
Durga
years
dot
before,
Java.
all these tasks
Can you
were
please
assigned
confirm
to some kind of
how
a
many
statisticians
dot
and
class files will be generated
Because as an
if I
OS,
compile
as
this
you all
code?
of you know that,
How many
as a
dot class files will be
statistician, what it is
generated? Very simple.
statisticians
In
is
this,
completely
how
their
many
work
classes
is to
are there?
apply some
A,
statistical
B,
formulas,
C,
apply some statistical
D.
rules,
Total how many
some
classes are?
theories to do
4
some
classes.
analysis
A,
of the data.
B, C, D. Like 4
Absolutely,
classes are
statistician
available, right?
used to take some
Now,
time, some
the
years of time
important
to take
conclusion, the important point
months to
is,
years of time. They
whenever
used to
we
take
are
some
compiling
data,
a
some time.
Java program,
And they used to get some kind
for
of minutes.
every class
Time-consuming.
present in that
As well as they
program,
are not that
a
much
separate
accurate
dot class
also.
file will
They're
be
not-
generated.
Actually,
Remember,
statisticians
for
get the
every
accuracy
class
of
present in that
85%
program, a separate dot class file will be
85% whatever
generated.
that they
That's why.
estimate is going
So
to be
how many
accurate.
classes will be generated?
Really
A dot
require
class,
a little bit
B
more
dot
and
class,
more accurate.
C dot
More
class,
than
D dot
95%
class.
they want.
Very unfortunate, Durga dot class
they
file is
expect,
not going to
that
be
should happen
generated
95%.
because there is no Durga dot class.
So
Clear,
what the
right?
bank people
Now,
saying is,
Here observe A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, and then D dot class. So total, how many classes are going to be generated? A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, D dot class. 4 classes are going to be generated. Okay. Now, if I run a class, because observe that we can compile a Java program, Java source file, not Java file, but we can run a Java class file, not program, a Java class file. Sir, now Java, yes sir. Can you please run a class? Whenever we are executing a class main method will be executed. Remember, whenever we are executing A, which main method will be executed, sir? A class main method will be executed. A class main. Next, if I run Java B, which main method will be executed, sir? B class main will be executed. Sir, if I run B class main method. If I run A class main method. If I run C class main method. That's why Java C. If I can take C class main. Regarding C class main, then immediately you may ask. Observe very carefully, sir. If I can take Java D, sir. Java D. Can you please tell, is the D class contain main method? No, D class doesn't contain main method. Whenever we are executing a class, if that class doesn't contain main method, immediately we will get a error. Regarding boss, main method is not available. Please declare main method. Yes, public static void main. Error we are going to get. Clear, right? Suppose if I can ask Java Durga. Java Durga. Immediately error we are going to get. Hey, Durga dot class file is not available. How you are going to ask me to run, man? Durga dot class file is not there. Again error saying no class def found error or something like some error saying class definition not available, dot class file is not available, like that. Are you able to understand? So a Java program can contain any number of classes where every class can contain main method. Remember, whenever we are executing a particular class, that class main method will be executed. If that class doesn't contain main method, error we are going to get. If that dot class file is not available, we will get error. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, please make sure this knowledge must be required. Sir, let me execute this code so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe carefully. Let me take one separate program. Okay, here I'm taking separate file. I'm taking, sir, class A. What is this one? A class main. A class main method. Like this I'm taking, sir. Class A class main method. Now B class main. Next C class main, and then class D. Like this I'm taking, sir. Let me change the names. Class A, next class B. This is the B class main method. Next class C, sir. C class main method. Like this, I'm trying to change the names. A class, B class, C class, D class, all. Sir, can you please tell how many classes are available? A class, B class, C class, D class. Can you please tell which name I have to give? Any name you can use, because there is no public class. That's why here what I'm trying to take, let me save this code. Yes, Durga.java. Are you getting? I want to save inside D colon Durga classes. Inside D colon Durga classes, I want to save this code. Yes, Durga.java. Okay, like I'm taking, sir, Durga.java. Now I want to compile this code. Java C Durga.java. If I compile this code, how many dot class files will be generated? For every class, a separate dot class file will be generated. A dot class, B dot class, C dot class, D dot class. Okay. So now let me compile this code. Java C Durga.java. How many? 4 dot class file. If I execute Java A class main method, right?
But just I
Okay.
want to make you
Now
understand,
observe
will the
A class
machines
main
will learn
method.
that?
If I
Will the
execute
machines will
Java
learn
B,
that? That is
B
what
class
I want
main
to
method. If I execute
Okay.
Java
Actually,
C,
guys,
C
when I
class
toss a
main
coin,
method.
the
If I
result of
execute
tossing a
Java
coin
D,
is going to be
can you
nothing
please
but
observe?
it's a head or a
D
tail
class
actually.
doesn't
It's a
contain
head or a
main
tail.
method. Are you getting? D
So
class
because we know
doesn't
that
contain main method.
tossing a coin, result of
Immediately
a toss
error
tail,
we are going to
is
get.
it is a
Observe
dependent
carefully,
feature,
right?
is it a dependent
Sir,
feature
Java
of
D
this dependent
error main method not found.
Will
Main
the
method
tossing a coin
not
head
found
or
in
tail
class
will
D.
depend on anything?
Please
No,
define
it's actually
yeah
randomized
public
for
static
that.
void main.
We generally
Like that
call
we
it
are
as
going to get the
a random
error right.
experiment
Okay.
what we are going
Now
to
my
do.
target is Java.
Actually, it won't
Java
depend. It
Durga
won't
I'm
depend on
taking.
anything.
Sir,
But I'm
Durga
going to take a
dot
data.
class
I'm
file
going
is
to give
not
the
there
data to the
because
machine.
there is no class named with Durga.
us say that
Durga
I'm going
dot
to
class
take
file
a
is not
gender
there.
format.
What will happen, sir?
Gender.
Error
I'm going
could
to take
not
a gender
load, could not find or
Gender,
load
then there is a
main
topic
class of
one.
Durga.
There is
Are
a
you getting?
topic
Here
one.
main method is not
Actually,
available, but here
whether there
dot
is a
class file is not
tossing a coin
available.
head or
Like this,
tail,
it's going
it
to
does
tell.
not really
Okay,
depends on.
please
Does
make
not really
sure
depends
you
on
people should have
which is
clear
going to be the
clarity
gender
up to this.
Okay.
Sir, let me
For
repeat.
the time
Matter of
being, guys.
1 or 2 minutes.
Just we-
A Java program can
you can
contain
understand, guys,
any
what
number of
is the
classes,
need of a machine
but
learning expert
at most one class can
So
be
we get
declared
data.
as
So if
public.
everything
If
data is
there is
given
no
to the
public
machine,
class,
machines
we
get
can
study the
use
data,
any name for
then
Java
what is my
program.
work
If
actually?
there is a
There is a
public
lot of
class,
work
if
is
there is a public class,
machine takes the data,
compulsory
machine understands
name
the
of the
data,
program
gives prediction
and the
data.
name of the public
Our
class
work
must
will
be
not be.
matched.
Let us have a look at
Okay,
this.
next,
Just
sir,
an
we can
example.
compile
Gender zero
a
means
Java
it is
program.
going to be nothing
Whenever
but
we are
text.
compiling a Java
And let us
program,
say one
for
means we give
every
them name.
class present
Why
in
we
that
have to give
program,
zero and one?
a separate
Because
dot class file will be
machines can't
generated.
understand
Are you getting
the
that? A
basics.
separate dot class
The
file will be
machines can't
generated.
understand. Strings cannot
Suppose,
understand
sir,
by
whenever we are executing a
convert
Java
them
class,
actually.
sir, we
Just an
can
example.
compile
Zero
a
is a
Java
female,
program
one is a
dot
male
Java
actually.
file, but
Just an
we can
example.
run a
Zero.
dot class file.
The result
Whenever
can
we
be
are
tail. So result
executing
can be head or
any
tail,
dot
not
class
a
file, the corresponding
result
class
can be
main
tail.
method will be
But the dependent,
executed.
whatever
A class
the
main, B
particular
class
feature we
main,
are
C
going to
class
talk
main, like
about,
that, right?
that should not
If the
be a
corresponding
mistake or
class doesn't contain
is a
main
tail.
method,
One
then
is
we
a
will
head.
get a error saying main method is not available.
If a female
If the
tosses the
corresponding
coin, the result
dot
is
class
tail.
file is not available,
If the gender
then we are
male
going
has
to
tossed
get
the coin, it is a
error.
tail.
Are you able to understand,
For
right?
example,
This
again,
is
again
first
it is a
thing
head.
what you
Actually,
people
it is
should
not
be aware
dependent on
about
data
Java
actually,
source
because
file
the
structure.
result of tossing
Clear,
a coin
right?
does not depend on gender, male or a female actually. Zero is going to be tail. Let us say
Sir,
that
in the
tail
last
is zero
video,
is another
we
tail
covered
actually.
very clearly
This is what has been
within a Java program, how many classes we can
actually, as a
take,
human
how many
we
main
know
methods you
the
can
result
take,
of
how many
tossing a
public
coin
classes
does
we
not
can
depend
take,
on
how
the
to
gender
compile, how to run, all the things are very clear.
Machines does not
Now,
machine
the
does not
next
really knows
important
that
concept,
the results does not
import
depends on the
statement. Let me
If I ask the
perform
machine,
postmortem on
Let
this
us say that
concept.
we made
Observe
the person
carefully,
to toss
sir.
the coin. Randomly
Sir,
I
I'm
picked some
taking
females and females
class
and males.
test.
Then I made them to toss the coin actually.
I'm taking class test.
Zero is a tail. That
Public
means female tossing
static
the coin, it is a
void
tail.
main
Gender,
method.
if male is tossing the
Public
coin, it is
static
coming
void
as a
main
tail.
method.
Another
String
female tosses
array
the coin, it
args.
is a tail. Another zero,
Public
it has
static
been
void
tossed the
means
coin,
string
it
array
is a tail.
args.
Actually, we know that
Here,
gender of the person
array
does
list,
not really decides the tossing
array
the result
list
of a coin actually.
L is
Whenever I
equal
given
to
the machine, whenever I given
new
because it's very
array
small
list.
toy data set, guys.
Array list L
Because
is
just
equal
it
to
is only
new
these
array
two
list.
variables
Like this
are
I'm taking, sir.
And just there is a matter
Sir,
of
if I'm
25
trying to
observations.
compile this
But in
code,
real application,
are getting if I'm
we will
trying
be
to
having
compile this code.
thousands of observations.
Sir, what I'm doing, I'm taking a class
features are
test.
also going to be not
Within
just
that
a
main
two
method,
dimension, guys.
inside
Just
main
a
method,
two-dimensional
I'm
data.
creating an object
In real
for
applications,
array list
we'll be
class.
having 20
Array list is a
dimensions.
class
That means there
which
are
is
20
present
different
inside
types of
java.util
columns will be
package.
there.
You
We
know,
can't study the
collections.
data manually.
Array list. I'm creating array list
Normally,
object.
this is a very toy data
Now
set.
the point
Very
is,
very small
can you
number of
please
dimensions
confirm
and very few number of
if I will
observations.
compile this code, is it going
So
to
let us
compile
talk
or
about
not?
that. If I give the same data to the
Yeah,
machine,
respond.
machine studies something
If
from
if
the
I'm
data.
trying to compile this code,
It's very clear.
if I'm trying
So
to
what the
compile
machine says
Java
that
C
if female tosses the
test.java,
coin, it will be a
either
tail.
code will
If
compile or
male
not.
tosses the coin, it
Yes or
will be
no?
a tail. Now, if I ask the
Immediately,
machine,
compiler
if
will
male
give
tosses
left and
coin,
right.
then what is
Durga,
the outcome it
you
is
are
going to be?
using
The machine
array list.
says that if
You are
10
using
tosses the coin,
array list.
the result is
Where
going to be
this
nothing
array
but
list is
exactly
available?
what the machine is
Where
going
this
to
array list is available? Please
This is
let
what
me
the
know.
machine can
Okay,
say
then only I
based
can
on the
compile.
past data.
Are you getting? Then only I
By
can
use of
compile.
past
Please let me know.
experience,
Array list L is equal to new
machines
array
really
list.
study the data.
You are using array
Machine
list.
does not know the
Where this array list is available?
Yes.
Please let me
In this
know.
case, use
Then
case,
only I
machine
can
will do
compile.
wrong
I can't
prediction.
recognize you are using array
Because
list.
the
Where it's
machine
available?
does
I don't
not
know. I'm
which
not
one is the
finding.
correct, which one is
Like
the wrong. That is
compiler
what I
is
want
going
to
to tell
convey here.
very clearly error, sir.
Machines can
Okay.
directly
Let
learn
me
by
show up to
themselves.
this.
Then what is
Have a
going
look
to be
once,
my work
sir.
actually?
I'm taking
I have to
I'm
intimate
taking
the machine
a simple
saying
class
that
test.
this is
Class
what you have
test.
to learn.
public static void main array list L is equal to new array list I'm taking, sir. Array list L is equal to new array list, like this I'm taking. Now have a look once, sir. If I'm taking array list L is equal to new array list, let me compile this code. Java C tester.java. Java C tester.java. Immediately error. Cannot find symbol. Which is symbol? Array list. Are you getting? Durga, you are using some class named with array list. I am unable to find this symbol class array list. Where it is available? Please let me know. Like that, compiler is going to tell that. Are you getting right? Now, how I can solve this problem? Yes, compiler is telling very frankly, Durga, I am unable to identify array list class. Please let me know. Like, there, two ways are available. Two ways are available. What is the first way? Is, can you please confirm where is array list is available? Inside java.util package. If I use a fully qualified name instead of this line, instead of array list, java.util.array list, java.util.array list L is equal to new java.util.array list. Java.util.array list L is equal to new java.util.array list. If I use this one, then the code is going to compile. Now I am conveyed to the compiler. Hey, I am using array list from util package. Util package is available inside Java package. Like a fully qualified name, we are using java.util.array list. L is equal to like this. Now compiler is going to feel, oh, this person is using array list class from java.util package. Like that, he is going to take happily the code is going to compile. Everyone can be right? Sir, let me cross check here. Observe carefully. Here I am taking. Let's see this point well. Okay. Instead of array list, java.util.array list is equal to new java.util.array list. Sir, this type of name is called fully qualified name. Regarding what is this name, sir? Can you spell out? Fully qualified name. If I use fully qualified name, happily the code is going to compile. There is no problem at all. Now observe this one, sir. Here I am trying to compile. Happily the code compiles fine. No problem at all. Yes, the code compiles fine, sir. We are not seeing any error. So, sir, whenever we are using fully qualified name, automatically the code compiles fine. But it is not permanent solution. The reason for that is 10 times I want to use array list. How many times? 10 times I want to use array list. 10 times you have to take java.util.array list, java.util.array list. Unnecessary. Length of the code is going to increase. Readability by default is going to be down. Regarding java.util.array list, java.util.array list, readability by default is going to be down. Remember that, okay? Sir, best example. Let me consider 10 times. 10 times. If I want to create 10 array list object, how the code looks like? Yes, have you observed how the code looks like? Java.util.array list, java.util.array list, something like it is the design kind of thing. Regarding something like it the design kind of thing, which is never be recommended. Readability is going to be down. Length of the code is going to be increases. Regarding so for that some shortcut I want. Regarding some shortcut I want. So I have to convey to the compiler. Array compiler, whenever I am using array list, can you please consider from java.util package? Can you please consider from java.util package? I have to convey. What is the way for that is import statement. Are you getting what is the way, sir? Import statement. Now observe carefully, sir. Sir, now whenever we are using import java.util.array list. Import java.util.array list. Anyway, full form, sir. Import java.util.array list. whenever we are importing this, then we can use short names directly. Are you getting? We can use what? Short names directly. So the biggest advantage of import statement is we are not required to use fully qualified name. Length of the code is going to be reduced. Readability by default will be improved. Everyone can aware, sir. Length of the code will be reduced. Readability by default is going to be improved. That is the biggest advantage of import statement. Everyone in a position to understand clearly, right? Are you able to understand, right? So how many times we are going to use import statement? Only once. So but every time, how many times I can use short name? Any number of times you can use short names. Length of the code will be reduced. Readability by default will be improved. Import statement acts as best typing shortcut. Remember, sir, let me show this one. Have a look once, sir. Now I don't want to use fully qualified name. Observe, I'm taking array list L is equal to new array list. That's all. I'm taking array list L is equal to new array list. New array list. Can you please confirm? Is it going to compile? You respond. Is it going to compile? No. It won't compile. It won't compile. What the reason? You didn't use fully qualified name. You didn't write import statement. That's why the code is not going to compile. Now observe that. Let me compile this code. Let me compile. Immediately error. Cannot find symbol like this, right? Sir, we solved this problem by using fully qualified name. But now I don't want to use fully qualified name. Let me use import statement. Import java.util.array list. Import java.util.array list. Array list. Sir, whenever we are writing import statement, now you can use a short names directly. We are not required to use fully qualified name. Are you getting? Whenever we are using import statement, we can use a short names directly. We are not required to use fully qualified names. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, that's all. Sir, now observe very carefully about this one. Okay, happily the code compiles fine. Yes, there is no problem at all. Happily the code runs up fine also. Itself is acceptable. Clear, right? So what is the need? What is the purpose of import statement? Clear? If you want to use a short names directly, compulsory at the top import statement must be required. Import statement whenever we are using, we are not required to use fully qualified name. Clear? Are you able to understand? Import statement acts as best typing shortcut. Now I hope you people are getting some clarity about import statement. What is the advantage of import statement? How to write import statement? Okay, sir, now there are two types of import statements are there. What is the first one is explicit import. Are you getting what is the first one, sir? Explicit import. Remember this one. If the first one is the explicit, automatically second one respond. What is the second one? Implicit. Implicit import. Implicit import. Sir, what is the first one? Import. Sir, let me go for a small example for this. Import java.util.array list. Sir, explicitly I'm specifying, boss, I want this class. Are you getting? I want this class java.util.array list. Directly we are specifying, right? But implicit means import java.util.star. Are you getting? Import java.util.star like this, right? Okay. Now the point is all classes present inside java.util package. Can you please make it available? Can you please make it available? Such a type of import is called implicit import. Next, I want a particular A class only, array list class only. Such a type of import is called explicit import. Are you getting? Now I have one bigger doubt, sir. Which import statement is recommended to use? Either explicit import or implicit import. Remember this one. Just for the sake of exam, for exam point of view, it's not required. For your day-to-day coding, compulsory you people should aware on good programming practice. Most of the people are going to fail. Sir, if you are using one or two classes, better to go for explicit import.
Okay.
If you are using
basically,
multiple classes, huge number of classes,
carefully.
better to go
All
for
these machine
implicit
learning
import.
algorithms,
Some
all these
people are
things
going to feel like
is
this.
related to
No.
maths and stats.
Even you are
completely
using
concept
100
behind
classes from the same
maths and
package,
stats only.
compulsory
For
we should
example,
go
if I
for
talk about neural
explicit
networks,
import
the maths behind
only.
them is going to be
Readability
the
of the
derivatives.
code by default is going to be
So we know
improved
what the derivatives
because
is,
of this
derivatives.
explicit
So
import.
differential
Regarding
or
that's why
differential calculus.
readability is
So
the
we
very
have to
important,
study the
not
derivatives
typing.
actually.
Typing is
We
one
need
time
the
activity,
derivative also.
but readability
What
is
is
multiple
dy by
times we have to
dx?
do. That's why
What is going to be
in
dy by
real
dx
time,
actually?
readability is
Or
always
something
highly
like
recommended.
dy by dx actually.
Compulsory we should go
Partial
for
derivatives. We are going to
explicit
teach you all
import.
those maths and
Almost
statistics
implicit
in our
import,
classes.
not at all recommended to use
So every
because
algorithm is
readability
going to be based
going to be
on some
down,
kind of a
but
math
this
and
one
statistics.
readability wise too good
Regression
because
is going to
simple
be
sir.
like this.
Here
Regression is going to
legend
be
a small
depending on
example.
some kind
If
of
I'm
a linear
taking
algebra actually.
import
It is going to be
import
some kind of a linear
com
algebra.
dot
We are going to
hdfc
teach you all
dot
the maths
star
and stats
like
in
this
our
I'm
class,
taking
with
sir.
our classroom
Import
training
com
only we are
dot
going to teach you.
hdfc dot star.
Along with
Is it
algorithm,
implicit
we are
import or
going to teach
explicit
you the
import?
maths behind it.
Okay, implicit
But you
import.
need not to be an
Next
expert on
import
that. You really need not to
import
become an expert on that.
com dot
Some kind of a basic knowledge is
ICICI
going to be required. How much is
ICICI
it?
bank
I'll tell you in the actual class.
dot star I'm taking.
So
Com
that
dot
is going to
ICICI
be
bank dot
basic
star.
idea about
Sir, somewhere in the
whatever the maths and
program,
statistics
if I use account
Sir, how do
A
you
is
implement it?
equal
All
to
these are maths and
new
statistical
account,
related concepts.
account A is equal to
Then how it
new
is
account,
related
new
to us?
account.
So you are a
Now,
software engineer,
this
you are
account
an IT
class
engineer,
coming
then why we
from
have to
com dot
use this
HDFC or com dot ICICI
to
bank.
implement all these mathematics
We
and
don't know.
statistics.
We don't know. We have to
We
open
cannot
this
write all
one.
the
Is there any
mathematical
account
formulas.
class is available? Then only I will come to know.
We are going
Sir,
to require
because
some
you are not
language we are
specifying
going
from
to
where
require.
account is coming. You use it simply
So
star star.
language which
Suppose
supports
I'm
linear
taking
algebra,
loan,
language which
L
supports
is equal to
derivatives, the
new
language which will
loan,
support some other
new
mathematical
loan.
calculations.
Can you please
He is going
tell
to provide
loan
you
class
all
is
this
coming from which package? Loan is coming from which
concept
package? We
understanding
don't
is
know.
sufficient.
We didn't
It's
specify
not required to be an
explicitly.
expertise
Sir,
because
star star. That's why
algorithms internally
readability
implement some kind of
wise
algorithm. If you understand
explicit
the
class
maths behind
import
them,
is good,
you can
but not
understand how the
implicit class
algorithm is
import.
working. Otherwise,
Regarding,
you can't understand
suppose
how it is working.
this implicit
It
class
looks like a
import,
magic.
I
If you
want to
don't learn the
remove
maths,
and
it looks like a
here
magic.
I'm using
You know what is a magic?
loan,
Magic is going to be something
loan,
which
here
is
I'm
not going
using
to be something like a
account.
magic. Something which we
Account.
don't know what is happening
Now,
internally.
is it implicit or
If you
explicit?
really know what is happening internally,
Respond, man.
so
Is it
magic
implicit
not
or
going to be
explicit?
magic for you.
Explicit
It's like-
import.
it's
Are
like
you getting
a
right?
trick.
Explicit
It's like a-
import.
it's like a trick sort of
Now,
thing, isn't
can you
it?
please observe?
Also, we are going to be having some
Account
things will be
class is coming
understand
from
the
which
things what is
package?
happening internally, we can understand.
Account class is coming from which
So we
package?
implement this
Com dot
linear algebra,
ICICI
we
bank
implement this
dot account.
derivatives. We
Oh,
require some
from
maths,
com dot
some
ICICI
languages
bank
which is required.
account is coming. Next,
So there are
loan
so many
class is
languages
coming
are
from
there,
which
but
package?
most popular
Com dot
languages are going to
HDFC.
be-
Com dot
we are
HDFC.
having
From that
Python
loan is
and
coming.
R language.
Readability,
These are the
readability
two
is
most popular
more
languages
if you are not using
which are
star.
basically
Are you getting?
used
That's
for
why in real time,
because
compulsory we should
our
go for
language is
explicit or
completely
implicit are
statistical
highly
computing.
recommended. We should go
Python
for
is having some
explicit
libraries
because
which
it
requires- which can
improves
implement
readability
all
of the
the
code.
statistics
Sir,
related
if you are working on IDEs
remember
like
that.
Eclipse,
For
my
example, if you
Eclipse,
want
like
to
we
do a
have
matrix multiplication
IntelliJ,
test,
like
you use
IDEs
small
are available.
matrix.
In the
It's a very small
IDEs,
matrix
we are
actually.
not
So
required to
a 2 by
write
2
import
matrix
statement.
activity.
Automatically, sir, IDE
A 2 by
itself
2
is going to
matrix
generate.
activity
Sir,
actually.
in the
And if I
world,
ask you to do a
every
matrix
Java
multiplication, it is
IDE
not just a
is
element
always
to
going to
element
generate
multiplication. It is a
explicit
dot
import
product actually.
only. If you want, you
to
can
do some
cross
kind
check
of
in
a
the
dot
Eclipse.
product actually.
In the Eclipse, it's always going
So
to
if you
generate
really want to do a
explicit.
dot product,
No
if it asks you to write a C
IDE is going to
program,
generate
how
implicit
complex it
class
is, we
import
don't know.
because
If C
readability
program
wise
or
not
C++
good implicit.
Java,
Highly
it is very
recommended.
complicated
We
to
should go for what? Explicit class
do this
import.
matrix
Is it
multiplication
clear
in
for all of you,
Python
right?
is very,
Sir, how
very
many types of
Just a
import
2 lines
statements
of
are
code
there?
to write it.
Two types.
One line for
Explicit
defining
class
the first
import,
matrix.
implicit class
Second
import.
line is for
Which one is the
defining the further
recommended?
matrix.
Highly
And third is
recommended.
for
We should go
matrix
for what? Explicit class import because it improves readability of the code.
Python
Clear?
basically provides you all these utilities which are basically
Sir, in the last
all these
video,
maths and stats
we
related
covered
information.
how many
The
types
easiest
of import
way we are
statements
going
are
to
there.
use this language.
What is the need of import
That's why
statement? Which import
our
statement
course
is
curriculum initially
recommended?
starts with
Clear
the
up to that.
core concepts of Python.
Now,
So first
for
we
the
are going to
exam
learn the
sake,
core
there
Python.
are
We
two
going to
important
learn this. We are
conclusions
not
are
going to
there.
spend more
Let
time
me
on the
talk
core
about about these
It
things.
is going to be just
Here,
about 30
do you know,
sessions will be there actually.
there are
Just take away
two
to 13 sessions.
packages we are not required to import. The classes and interfaces present inside two packages we are not required to import, because these are things by default available in every program automatically. So for these packages we are not required to keep any import statement. What is the first one, sir? Java.lang package. Are you getting what the first one? Java.lang package. Because Java.lang package classes are commonly required for every program. That's why. So we are not required to import classes present inside Java.lang package, because by default these classes are available. Best example, sir, we are using string class. If I'm creating an object, string s is equal to new string of Durga, any import statement is required? No, import statement is not required. Import statement is not required. Remember that. So Java.lang. So all classes and the interfaces present inside Java.lang package, happily we can access without writing any import statement, because by default these are available for every Java program. Sir, second one, sir. Second one, default package. Default package. Which is the default package, right? Current working directory. Which is the default package, right? Current working directory. Remember this one. So if any class present inside current working directory or in the current package, we are not required to import. Are you getting? If you want to use from outside package, compulsory import statement must be required. If we are using the classes present in the same directory or same package, import statement is not required. Sir, if you are using from outside package, import statement is required. Remember that. So these two packages, import is not required. Are you able to understand, right? Let me show a small example for this. Here, observe, I'm taking a class test. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking class test. No import statement. No import statement. I'm not taking any import statement, right? Now string s is equal to new string of Durga. String s is equal to new string of Durga. Thread t is equal to new thread. Thread t is equal to new thread. Next exception e is equal to new exception. Next string buffer sb is equal to new string buffer. Like this I'm taking, sir. Have you observed? These many classes I'm using. One is string object I'm creating. Second one is thread object I'm creating. Exception object I'm creating. String buffer object I'm creating. But I didn't write any import statement. Are you able to understand? Sir, can you please tell either code is going to compile or not?
We are going to be getting.
Hey, respond, man. Either code is going to compile or not? Yes, perfectly the code is going to compile. No problem at all. What is the reason? For that is, yes, can you spell out what the reason? Because all these classes present inside Java.lang package. Because the classes present inside Java.lang package, we are not required to keep any import statement. Automatically available for every Java program. Clear, right? Have a look once, sir. Observe carefully. Here, have a look once. The code compiles fine. The code runs fine. No problem. Happily the code compiles and runs fine. So the class is present inside Java.lang package. We are not required to import, because all classes and interfaces present inside Java.lang package by default available for our program. One important conclusion. Second one, sir, assume I took a test class. I'm taking test class inside d:\Durga classes folder. Do you know inside d:\Durga classes I took a test class, test.java file. Of course, a test class, right? If any other class present inside same folder means current working directory. If any other class present inside same folder, to access this class, import statement is not required. I told, right? All classes present inside current working directory automatically by default available for our program. We are not required to import. So let me test this condition also. Observe carefully. Here I'm taking another program. I want to take another program. Sir, here
Yes.
class
We are
student
not dealing with
like this I'm
languages
taking, sir.
nowadays.
Class student like this I'm taking, and one method also public static void m1 method I'm taking, sir.
Who do not
Here
have any
student
programming
class
skills also
static
can
method like this,
But
just
initially they will find
student
it a bit
class
difficult.
class
Learning the thing.
static method
just
like this I'm taking, sir.
over the time.
Student class static
Because
method like
it's
I'm
very
taking.
easy to learn.
Sir, where
It is
have you
going to
observed,
be
right?
easy to
It is the class student. It is the class
It is
student.
going to be nothing.
Student class contains
Easy to
static
learn
method
actually
M1.
we can do. That is
Where
exactly which we are
I want to save this program is
okay.
where
So,
test.java
having
is
any
available
programming
in the
skills,
same
we are
location.
going to do
D
it
colon
because
Durga
Python is
classes.
very easy.
Let me save this code
Even if you
here.
do not have any
Here.
idea about the
Let me
Python,
save. Can you please observe? Can you please observe my location, sir? Inside same location. D colon Durga classes. D colon Durga classes. Here I'm taking student dot Java. I'm taking, sir. Inside D colon Durga classes student dot Java. I'm taking like this. Now, sir, where test.java is available in the same location only. Have you observed? Test.java is available in the same location only. Now, inside test.java, let me create student object. Student s is equal to new student. Next, s dot m1 static method you can call by using object reference also, no problem at all, or otherwise class name like this, right? Now I have one bigger doubt. I'm creating student object. I'm calling student class m1. Can you please tell any import statement is required? Please respond. Any import statement is required? No, import statement is not required because student class is available in the same location where test class is available. That's why all classes present inside current working directory by default available to our program. We are not required to keep any import statement. Clear, right? Observe carefully. Here, what I'm trying to take, let me compile this code, sir.
What do you need to
Happily the code compiles fine. Here 1 minute. The problem here is, have you observed it is not import. Variable yes is already defined in. So yes is already I used here, but I'm using second time. Let me take S1. Now, happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Happily the code runs fine, no issue at all. Student class static method like this. So, the important conclusion you people should aware regarding all classes present inside current package, current working directory by default available for our program. We are not required to keep any import statement. All classes and interfaces present inside java.lang package by default available for every Java program. For lang package, import statement is not required. Clear? Sir, the next important conclusion related to import statement, a bit dangerous point, very important for the exam sake. Take special care. Sir, I have pattern class is available. This pattern class present inside java.util.regex package. Regarding what is the package? Java.util.regex in the pattern class is available. Observe that. So regex is the sub package present inside util. Util is the sub package present inside Java. This regex came in the 1.4 version of Java, sir. Remember. Now my important conclusion is, I want to use this pattern class in our program. But how to use that while discussing regular expressions you may learn, but currently not required. How to use? Just observe. I'm taking class test. Public static void main method, string array args. Public static void means string array args. Let me create pattern object. Pattern p is equal to pattern dot compile of ab. Pattern dot compile of ab like this I'm taking, sir. So what is the meaning of this line? Don't worry, it is not in our context. Just I'm creating pattern object. That's all you should aware. To use a pattern class in our program, I'm using pattern class in our program.
basically
which import statement is required? Regarding to compile this code, which import statement is required? Option 1. Where this pattern is available? Please respond. Where this pattern is available? Java, util, regex, in that it is available, right? Now, here I am taking import java dot star. Import java dot star. Second option, import java dot util dot star. Import java dot util dot star. Third option, import java dot util dot regex dot star. Sir, like these are the three import statements are there. Obviously, which import statement we have to take to compile this program successfully? Very important point. Please make sure. Anyone, can you please guess?
Actually, our Python reports.
Yes, friends. Anyone, can you please guess? Remember that very important conclusion. Very important conclusion. You people should have clear clarity. What the point is? Whenever we are importing a package, sir, import java.star. Import java.star. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not the sub-package classes. Are you getting? All classes and interfaces present inside Java by default available, but not util, but not regex. Remember. So very important point related to import statements. Whenever we are importing a package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not the sub-package classes. Okay? If you want to use any class present inside sub-package, compulsory we have to write import statement until sub-package level. Are you getting? So where pattern is available? Java dot util dot regex. To use pattern, compulsory we require to use import statement import java dot util dot regex dot star. That's why which import statement is the valid to compile this program is this import statement, sir. Please make sure you should have clear clarity about this terminology. Are you in the position to understand, right? Sir, let me repeat again. Whenever we are importing X package, all classes and interfaces present in that package by default available, but not the sub-package classes. If you want to use a sub-package class, compulsory import statement must be required until sub-package level. Clear? Sir, let me execute this code so that you people may get some idea. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking a small program. I want to take a small program. Here just have a look once. I'm taking a simple program, sir. Public class test, public static void main, pattern p is equal pattern dot compile of ab. Don't worry about this line. Syntactically this line is valid in the regular expressions. We will discuss in detail, right? Now the point here is, if I'm trying to compile, is the code is going to compile or not? No, because we didn't use any import statement. Clear, right? Okay, well, have a look once. Observe that. If I'm trying to use Java C, test.java. Yes, immediately it's going to tell cannot find symbol, class pattern. Are you getting cannot find symbol, class pattern? Like that, immediately we are getting compile time error, right? Now, I want to solve this problem. What I want to do is import java.star. Import java.star I'm taking. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Hey, please respond. Is it valid or invalid? Invalid. Because pattern is not available inside Java package. Pattern is available inside java.util.regex package. That's why this one is invalid, right? Okay? Have a look.